Oh, what's going on? How's everybody doing? Settle in, settle in. Let us get ready to rock and roll on some Bizarro Ruin. Day 2, finishing touches. We have automation, mainly automation. And hold on, let me grab this water that just fell. All right. We're back in business. What do we got? We got some stuff here. What do we got? Everybody have your waters ready. The most important part about mixing, stay hydrated. Crack your back every once in a while. Take constant ear breaks. Make sure brain fatigue is at an all-time low. You know, brain fatigue just as bad as ear fatigue. That's why it's really difficult to start a mix when you're tired. But it's happened. I've done it. It's I don't know. Sometimes you can get good results like that because being tired and your brain being tired are actually very different things, I think. Like you could be physically tired, but your brain could be sharp. You know, like if you're craving some mental exercises, it's kind of different, I find. Sometimes people are tired because they're actually not exercising their brain enough. It's weird how that works. All right, we're getting in the game. We're getting in the game. Freaking EA Sports. It's in the game. Let's do this. What do we got? This is our session from yesterday, and I promised you guys we'd finish it today, and we are about to do that. I have not listened to the track at all. This was the print that we did at the end of the day yesterday. At the end of a roughly, it was like 6 hours. It was like a 6-hour session, I think. And that's where we're at. So let's hear it. Let's hit play, and then after I hear it, I'll have a better idea of what I want to do. Lowering the volume. I might go through a couple different volumes. I'll keep it super low, maybe turn it up about halfway through, and then hit them with the headphones. Try to get it all done one pass. I don't hit stop. I want to hear what's actually there from an outside perspective. So let's listen. This is the Ghost of Perception doing Bizarro Ruin. That's the name of the track, Bizarro Ruin. Let's hear it. Okay. That's where we got at the moment. So let us address a couple things. Definitely have to automate. That's like my main concern. I might just jump right into it. But there was like a couple of guitar riffs that before I even automate all the guitars, I want to make sure we can hear some of those. It was mostly in the chorus. Join the riots. Ignorance will guide us. Put a marker here just so I know where our chorus is. So put your joke of face on. Bite the bullets. No help through the ass. Go face on. Bite the bullets. No help through the ass. Just want some of this to come up before I do. So all these amazing riffs he's doing. I actually like bringing it up right to that first blah blah after that. I want the blah blah to come with it. It's probably on the too, hopefully. A little of that. I like it because the vocal and the guitar kind of trade fours in a way. Like they're trading off the spotlight. So in this middle part, I don't want the guitars to be so loud because I want to hear the vocal. But then in this part, it's like I want to hear that riff. You know what I'm saying? So it's kind of this push-pull thing. Probably the same in every chorus. There's probably this part that exists, I would guess. Let's look at it. So that's a verse right here. Might as well mark that verse too. So I hit the down arrow. That gives me the marker. Verse Zeus. Let's find our chorus. That's our pre-chorus right there. Keeps ticking while the rapture reveals. And there's some cool guitar riffs right in here we can't lose right before the end. These things. Let's go. You don't always have to like change. So there's this weird misconception I've noticed in some of the lessons that I give where people are like, when the part changes, you know, I don't like, you may automate a cool riff like, but then when the part changes to the chorus and he hits a chord or something, there's this like natural inclination to be like, if I automate the riff before it, I want when the chorus happens, like it should go back to the same volume the whole time. That's such a misconception that on huge records that do really well, there's not like one chord louder than the rest at the start of it. That happens more often than you realize. Eric Valentine used to do that all the time. Andy Wallace, these guys were big into sometimes there's a loud snare. Sometimes there's a loud, couple downbeats on the guitar. Like it doesn't have to be the whole chorus the same volume. So I just find that that's something that you should, as a habit, don't get into that habit of making like, oh, if the chorus is all this volume, that's what it should be at the start also. It's not necessarily true. Once your brain hears that louder guitar, it cues into it. And then once it cues into it, it doesn't have to be as loud after that. Same with a snare drum. Like if there's like one nice or two nice hits in the beginning of the chorus, you can get away with a lower volume of the snare after it. And you'll still feel like it was loud. It's this awesome, weird phenomenon that happens with our brains. Our brains and hearing, it doesn't work mathematically. That's why when you try to think mathematically, it's not actually helpful when you're mixing. Now, I could automate this whole chorus up a little bit, which I might do in the when I do the automations on the fader. But it's just important for me to bring out some of the riff stuff first that are on like one guitar only. Because when I do my fader automation, it's on all the guitars. It's all at once. Like that's the best way to do automation for me on faders. 100%. That's how you do it. All guitars are going to come up. So that means I won't be able to just focus on this. So that's why I have to do this first. Let's see where the second chorus is. There we go, right here. Now here I want the vocal to shine. I'm just curious what's happening on the guitar here. Let's hear more. Pretty much what I thought. It's not like a feature riff there, which is cool. Let the vocal shine here. Now let's look at our second chorus, or third, or whatever. I think it's the third now. If you want to see what's going on better, you could always juice it up, but I kind of like not seeing it, to be honest with you. Fight the bull. All right. All right. Welcome if you're just joining us. We are about to do some serious automation on this track, on the faders. We got our 8 fader port that you're about to see me start rocking and roll on. Rocking and roll on. I feel like there should be an in after rolling. But we're going to do our... This is how I break it up. This is how I do automation. And I stole it from Andy Wallace. So this is the way to do it if you work with a very streamlined workflow. As little bullshit as possible. Your stuff's going from the tracks to the mix bus, and everything doesn't go to a bus and then go to the mix bus, like a bunch of nonsense. And I've worked all ways. And I say it's nonsense because guess how the first way I worked was? That way. Ridiculous. I think over time you slim your workflow down, and the longer you wind up working, the less stuff you wind up feeling like you need to do. And that's the truth. So right now, I'm taking all my kicks and putting them on a kick VCA. So this is kick in. Might as well retitle this. It'll probably be easier to understand. Kick in, and then this is our kick trigger. So there's no kick out mic. We just have kick in and kick trigger. So kick in, kick trigger. So I click one, shift click the other, Apple G. We go kick VCA, and make sure you go to your VCA section, dump it in the VCA. Otherwise, your VCA ain't going to know what to look at. Then you got your snare, and in our case, snare trigger. Now, here's something to keep in mind, okay? I put the kick trigger just now into the kick VCA. However, that's what would make sense if you had 2 kick tracks. Like, let's say you copied this kick track onto another audio track, not a bus. That would make sense for that specific case. It would also make sense if the send to this kick track was pre-fader. That would make sense. But if it's not, it makes less sense, because making this volume of the kick track itself louder or lower is going to change the amount that goes into this track, and it will, in essence, make this louder or lower already. So by moving this up while it's simultaneously also getting louder because you moved this kick track up or down, so getting louder or lower, it's almost doubling up your move. You might want that, but you might not. On something like kick, it could work because every once in a while, like some of the things I don't move that much in automation are kick. Stuff like kick or bass are usually the 2 things I move the least amount in automation. Whereas you might move a vocal like 6 dB or 5 to get it where you could hear every single word when there's a lot more dynamic range. But something like kick, it's not usually a ton of dynamic range on it. So if you mess up like I just did, you could go into the groups and modify the group and take, one of the things out. Or you could do the easier move, which is you just click the jam, kick VCA, delete active group. That's my preferable way to do it. So in our case, we're just going to take the kick in itself, not the trigger. So not this track, just kick in, dump that into kick VCA. Now we're going to take our snare and just the snare and dump the snare, not the snare verb, not the snare trigger, none of that. Just the snare itself into snare VCA. Now when we go to for the rest, it's the rest of the drums. So this track's actually muted, so we don't have to think about it. But we've got our rack. The rack trigger comes with it already. You don't have to even click it because, like I said, it's being fed. It's not a pre-fader feed. So our rack, so we're going to take this one muted, forget that one. Rack, floor, overhead, left, right, room, left, right. That's essentially what these are. They're just labeled wrong, but that's what they are. Drums VCA. All right, so we got our drums VCA with just the one rack, the one floor, overhead left, right, room left, right. Okay. Now we don't worry about our parallels because, like I said, nothing's being sent pre-fader, so we don't got to take these 2. What else? Bass and bass. Now we're going to do our bass drop. So we're going to go bass and bass. These both got to go, but not the bus, even though we're not using it. So it's just confusing people that it's even there. But it's because this is where I pull effects from. Sometimes I'll use something in parallel if I want the bass to come out a little more. But I like the way the bass sounds, so I'm not really looking for things to do to it. It already sounds good to me. with just a little touch of EQ on it or whatever I have going. One of these is a low bass track, and then one of them's all mid-range. So when you combine the two, you get the thunder from down under. Here we go. So we're going 1 track, 2 track, red track, blue track, bass VCA. Now, le guitars. Le guitars, we're going to take them all. That's what I was saying. We're going to go guitar. Let's just go to the end of the green. It makes it easy. End of the green. And then we're going to take out the buses. Arguably, this is easier in this view, but since this is the view I stay on most of the time, we're just going to leave it here. And this thing's muted, so I'm not going to take that one because I'm going to make it inactive in a second. Before I do anything with the automation, I'm going to inactivate anything that's muted so that we don't get confused. So we don't get confused. This thing is inactive also, so we're going to hide and inactive anything that's muted. All right. This is a little, tedious, but at the same time, it's important that you do this part right, so some double checks might be in order. Guitar VCA. That includes the solo. It literally includes everything. Yep, see, guitar solo. It's all in there. Now, if you're ever curious like what something is, you could click guitar with VCA, go to modify groups, and then you essentially can find it. Usually it's based with the ID. You could kind of find it, find what's in it, and then take things out. But it's such a weird herky-jerky setup with the ID thing that I never actually do it. I think it's easier. Like if you're ever not sure, just delete the freaking thing and put it back. If you're ever not sure, like how long does it take to do that? And then to just freaking come up and select the stuff again. Like how long does it really take? It doesn't take a whole lot of time. That's the beauty of color coding before you go in. It's like everything that's olive I know is a bus. Okay, good to go. All right, organ time, Organ City, organs. And these are cellos. So in our case, I'm going to put the organs and the cellos together because they're not playing the whole time, so it's nothing even really overlaps. So it'd be easy to automate that on one fader, and that's kind of how I think about it. So we're going to go organ time down through. Let's take it all the way to the static. Call it other, because it's really keys and synths and everything. It's other. And we'll put that where there was a steel guitar at one point, and I'll just change the name down here. So steel is going to be other. And now vocal time. Now I mentioned in the last stream, sometimes it's actually helpful to do like your leads and your lead vocal and then backup. It could be helpful, but I don't actually prefer that because I think I stress on the balance for so long while I'm mixing. I don't want to have to maintain and worry about that balance. You know what I'm saying? What's going on, Vinyl Bear? We got Vinyl Bear in the house over here. Good to have you stopping by, my dude. By the way, you had some questions about the streaming setup. I'm happy to answer some of those, as quick as I can on here. It'll probably be easier even than typing it out. But the two things that GDP mentioned that I forgot to mention as far as my streaming setup, which is 2 4K cameras, Elgato 4K capture cards, what else? Elgato Stream Deck doing the freaking sound jams, these guys. And the whatnots, the bicycle horns and all the good stuff. That also changes the scene. And then I got Source Nexus is what feeds the audio to you. I've been with them for a long time. I feel like they do a great job. So that's this Source Nexus IO thing that takes the mix and sends it into the capture. And then it also takes my vocal mic and sends it into the capture. And I can have the 2 separate volumes and processing different for both because the vocal mic gets processed differently from the mix, obviously. I don't want my vocal mic running through my mix bus. You know what I'm saying? So Source Nexus is that app. And then the app itself that I use is Ecamm Live. That's the thing that replaced OBS when I could not do 2-camera 4K streams with OBS. It was not possible without severe lag. Once you start using a lot of plugins, and once it was just lag city. And I literally looked up everything possible. So did GDP. We were both like busting our humps trying to figure that out. And the closest we came to having it be a little better was a thread I found that said when you use full screen mode, it actually allocates processing power differently, so it actually helped a little bit, but not enough. So I had to abandon OBS. I used OBS for the first 2 years of videos or whatever it was, something like that. And once I started doing the 4K streams, it was not possible to use anymore. So I had to switch to Ecamm Live. Because I'm on a Mac, it works really well. If you're on a PC, I don't know. But that's a Mac-based program, so it handles everything significantly better. Way, way better. That as soon as I switched to that, I had no more issues with with lag. And what I mean by that is I would twist a knob, a plugin, and it would not move. It would go click 2 to 3 seconds after I touched it, which was just unacceptable. And the computer I'm running everything on is not a slouch of a computer. It's M3 freaking, juicy juice. It should have been fine, and it wasn't. And that's when I realized this is an OBS problem, is what this is. So, welcome to the party, pal. Ecamm Live, yeah, that's the thing. Ecamm Live, bada bing. But I'm on a Mac. I don't know what you're on. If you're not on that, I know that's a Mac exclusive program, I think. So if you're not on a Mac, you probably wouldn't use that. Where were we? We were doing vocals. Let's throw vocals into the jam. So let's take the stuff that's muted. No automation in here, just making sure. Anything that shows up yellow is automated, so if something's actually coming on and you didn't realize it's coming on, go in there and see if you have any yellow. If you got no yellow, nothing's being automated. So you can inactivate and it won't change the sound of anything. Now up here, let's do those other couple things. It was, which is it? This one. See in here, no yellow. As long as I got no yellow, I know I'm good to, it's not actually on. And up here, the floor tom, the rack tom. No yellow, no yellow. Then once you've done that, you can go and hide inactive tracks. And then I'll clean up your session a wee bit. This thing's not being used either. One of them snuck by me. No yellow. That's how I know it's not accidentally turning on or something. Okay, so we hide inactive tracks to be able to keep it moving. Now let's go to our vocals. What do we got? We got, what was it? 1 vocal, 2 vocal, red vocal, blue vocal. I don't know why we're on the Dr. Seuss kick tonight, guys, but we're on it. He's on one. That should be it. Sweet. Now, if you're ever, this is the easier way to check things because it's so easy to see what's lit up. You got lit up, lit up, lit up, lit up, lit up. Nothing else lit up. We good to go. See what I'm saying? Ain't no lit ups right here. Nothing else is lit up. Come over here. We're lit up. Except for our olive stuff, which is all the buses. This is the default color, so it's obvious when you're doing that. I recommend do that. Never change the color of your buses because it's just easier when it's all the default. Voc VCA. Voc VCA. All right. Now we're good to go. Now, if there was flavor, I have a track left over for flavor that we could use. And what I mean by flavor usually is, you guys have seen it. I don't have to really describe it, right? It's like when there's a vocal, you might say, truth now suffer, the suffers, and make it spin around the room in a freaking tornado or something. I put that on its own track, audio track, not a bus with a bunch of crazy automation written. Like, just put it on, create its own thing using Audio Suite. It'll make stuff way easier because you'll be able to control it so easy without going through menus and pattern automation and all volume automation, all this nonsense, and put on 17 plugins so you could tweak them all. Forget that. Just commit it. Put it on a track. Commit it. Always. Nice. Vinyl Bear's talking about, I just want full audio fidelity. So if you want full audio fidelity, you would use Source Nexus. That's what I'm telling you. This Source Nexus feeds the mix to you, and I use that when I give lessons, when we like do DAW screen sharing, because it's the highest quality audio you can get transmitted. It's as if I'm in the room with the person. Like, my feed is just as good as their feed, and that's using Source Nexus to do that. So that's a monthly subscription, but it's extremely worth it if you care about highest quality fidelity being transferred from your session to whatever it is you're streaming. And that's my vocal mic and the mix bus get sent through that to the feed of whatever, to any program, whatever you could do. I used to use it with OBS also. That was always the thing I used to get the audio to you guys. Let's throw up the other view so you guys can see. All right, we got it up already. This is our view. Activate. If you're ever using this and you notice how there's no colors on the tracks, you click this thing, you go to restart PTSL, and then it populates the colors. So this is our session with all our EQ moves throughout the entire session. And when I go to my VCA automation, I start here. I spin the fader jams until I see the light. See that light? And then I know the light is the first fader. And that's why it's so ridiculous to use 6 of these or 4, like 3 of these. You can't ever use more than 1 of these. Like, it's ridiculous to try, is what because I tried. I had 4 artist mixes and I only ever could use 1 because of the way it worked. Like, because they move, because the tracks aren't always in the same place. Like that, it became more of a hassle than it was worth to flip through and make the tracks be in the same place all the time. It's ridiculous. So 1 is all I ever could use, honestly. And I feel like it makes the most sense because we only need VCA automation. We don't need it really on the rest. So this always made the most sense to me. PTSD. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. There's a pre-chorus I wanted to worry about too. Let's find it. Where's this pre-chorus vocal? Right before we do this automation, this thing. I have a lot of weird stuff happening. I have we definitely don't need both of these freaking things. Take these off. Make sure nothing's weirdly grouped. If you're like me and you like to use globals, make sure you have all your groups off when you want to tweak something, because every once in a while I'll forget that stuff's globally grouped and I'll tweak a knob, and then the whole mix just got that knob tweak on every track in the mix. Happened before. It's what is this even doing? Nothing. I can't hear it. I don't know what it's doing. It's Your guess is as good as mine and why it's even here, this track. I know how I got this was I split this because it has some weird reverb thing on it, and I felt like I can get rid of more of that when I split it into one side. I lose that built-in reverb effect that I cannot get rid of because it's part of the track. And I'm not a fan of using like de-reverb or anything because I would if I had to, and I own all those bullshit plugins. I just hardly ever use them because there's like there's a negative quality that comes with them also. I'd rather lean into whatever it is. Like this thing has a slight effect on it, but it's not bad enough that I would want to hit it with a de-reverb at the moment anyway. I could change my mind.
Up is now down, lies they weave upon the crown. Right is now wrong,
Now this is also being sent to its own effects, so I could just, if I want less effects for this one particular track, I could just always take down whatever is here by a bit, and then we'll have a little bit less effects going down on it. Let's hear that.
Clock keeps ticking. Up is now down. Lies that weave upon the ground. Right is now wrong.
Yeah, this I actually like better with a little bit less of those verbs, so we're just going to turn it up a smidge. I'm with you, Vinyl Bear. Those plugins never work as right. I mean, they're okay for like 1 out of every 10 circumstances that you'll want to use it. If you think you can rely on them, you can't. You can basically throw it on as a Hail Mary. That's how I look at it. It's like, man, 4th and 50. Time for a Hail Mary. And that's what it is. It's like a Hail Mary, those things. And just so you know, I own the Clarity VX, both of them, the big version and the little guy. I own the de-reverb. I own like all, because we're forced to go, like, honestly, the most useful noise gate thing that's just like a noise remover is the typical like old school Waves denoise that I use every once in a while. Like that's the best one. And it's so cheap. It's what I find anyway. When I have to reach for one, that's usually the one I reach for. And like I said, I own all of them practically. Sometimes that's because I bought them. Sometimes it's because somebody was using it on a mix for something, and rather than recreate the whatever, I had to get it to use just to have the same session essentially they had.
Is now down, lies that weave upon the ground. Right is now wrong, pipes is lash.
All right, at least now we're in the ballpark. I could probably get away with a little bit more juice on some of these. Let's leave it there.
Is now down, lies that weave upon the ground. Right is now.
I love that reverse sound. I lowered it a little in the beginning, but I love it. Let's turn the normal speakers back up.
Is now down, lies that weave upon the ground. Right is now wrong, pipes is lash. So put your face on.
And don't be afraid if you do feel like, oh, I want the bass to be louder or something. Like, before you touch the automation, make sure you're as happy as you can be with the mix. And this doesn't mean like work on it for 2 weeks. I'm just saying, if you say like right now, I'm like, I love the bass. It's so good. It's like I want more of it. So if I was feeling that, I could just turn this up 1.6 dB. I move in 0.8s. And now I got a little more bass before the automation. So in other words, my VCA down here stays where it was, doesn't go up. But if I were to move this, those go up. So I like to know where I was before I started automation. That's the reasoning behind not touching these until the end. Because at least then, if I turn these back to 0, the mix is exactly how I had it. So that means you're never really doing destructive stuff. Like I could move it, be like, oh, is that good? Is that bad? I don't know. And then just turn all these off back to 0, and A and B it, and be like, no, I never really do that, but you could. It's just a habit for me to also be able to look at the kick VCA, and if I see 1.6, I know I went up 1.6. If I see 5, I know I went up 5. Like, it's so easy to know how much you increase the volume from where you had it before automation if you start at 0 on all your VCAs at all times. That's why I wouldn't like move this to move that now. I would do that first so that I at least know when I started automation where things were. I find that stuff like that is so helpful. Same with here on the master. That's why I lower it from all the tracks prior to automation so that I know when I'm automating, if I bring everything up on average by, let's say, a dB and a half, 3 dB, I'll probably have to bring the master down by about the same, 3 dB down. But that's the beauty of doing it later, is like I know what this was at before I started. I mean, there's a magic here. I'm telling you that it's some work a little bit more disciplined in that way. It's not hampering your creativity at all. It's just giving you a way to know where things were at any given point in the mix. Very, very valuable points in the mix before automation and then after automation. Those are the two most valuable points. It's like when I'm happy before automation and when I'm happy after, where it is after automation. Those two moments, very good to know and be able to get back to without going to have to open an old session. Like, but I'll still save it as something else anyway. You know, like for example, up here, still going to get saved as mdeuce, because we're on version M2 is going to be printed when we print. You know what I'm saying? So that's always going to be the case. I'm always going to do that. And sometimes before automation, I will take off like whatever's inactive that's not needed, like, you know, like this. I'll probably take things off that weren't on, like the 3348 and the transformer. Sometimes I click it first to see if this thing is green with in the middle, the word's green with the thing orange. If that's the case, you know there's some automation. So you're actually, even though it looks bypassed, it ain't bypassed. That's valuable to do before you just turn a bunch of plugins off, because you won't be able to see it in this view. It'll just look blue until you open it. Then it'll show that there's actually automation on. So stuff like that is critical. Yep, Magic Plugins Last Resource, GDP saying, which is basically an effort. Basically, the more nightmare the sound source is, the more I might need Magic Dream plugins. Yeah, it's a very accurate way to look at it. Honestly, I do a thing today also where, like, I always have a secret tool in my back pocket, you know, using like a stem splitter of some kind to separate noise off a track. You know, RX has a good one that I don't use, but they have a good one where you can separate a sound. So like, you know, you might have, what might you have? You might have a bunch of cymbal bleed on some other tracks. If you have a live recording you're mixing, that's a really good way to get rid of that. And you heard it here first. But like, you know, use something like that to separate the guitar from the rest. And those tools didn't exist years ago. So you'd have to just, you know, freaking low pass filter out the cymbals as much as you could before it started to impact the guitar. This is your only options, really. But today, you got a lot of other options. So that's cool. I like how technology evolves to make it easier for us. But there's still so much creativity involved in what we do that it'll never be able to be replaced by a robot. Ever. The simple decision making about the humanity in a track, like once you leave that to a robot, everything gets freaking gridded and sounds like robots. Everything starts to sound like a cat running through a fax machine. Whenever somebody uses like AI tools to make music, that's what I hear. I hear a cat through a fax machine. I think that's a Glenn Fricker line or something, but it makes total sense. Like, isn't that what it sounds like to you guys? it sounds like three instruments all blended together. It's not a guitar, it's not a bass, it's not a synth. It's all of them together as one without clear separation, and it sounds like a freaking cat running through a fax machine. So that's what it sounds like. I think that's what, when people say, oh, I can tell that's AI, that's what they're picking up on. This weird, all the artifacts blurred together to create cat fax machine. Do you need to get your documents sent overseas fast? Use cat fax machine. Till 5:42. What's poppin', dude? You could literally just watch the end of all the live streams, man. That's the best way to do that. But yeah, I've never really gone through the trouble of putting together a playlist, but I mix these songs live on this thing constantly, and you could literally listen to the end of any of the live streams and listen for that last print. I don't know what kind of music you make, but we do a bunch of different kinds of music on here too. This is prog rock. We were doing hip hop not long ago. Before that, we were kind of doing this R&B kind of, like, I want to call it like pop soul kind of. I don't even know what you'd call it. Done some alternative rock stuff, a bunch of that, some funky stuff, some funky rock, I'd call it. But yeah, there's all sorts of stuff on here, man. What kind of music you make till 5:42? What do you do? What kind of music are you laying down over there? That guitar solo is like ridiculously good. There's so much taste and flavor in that solo. I can't even explain it. This dude, Mike Futrell, who played that thing, ridiculously good. It's unique. It sounds like so many things. That's what's hard. It's hard to put a freaking a handle on it. Dude, it's good to have you here, 542. We appreciate, sometimes people want to chime in, sometimes you don't. Anybody who wants to be a part of it in any way, we appreciate it. And if anybody's got questions about anything they're working on or whatever, throw it in there, because we like to get deep into the questions. Anything audio related, we're all about it. And yeah, earlier I was talking about what I use on the stream, but like yesterday's stream, Mr. Psychotronic was helping out Sonic Soundwork with he got a tape machine, a Revox 77 tape machine, I think he said. And honestly, it's just cool to hear about that. Sometimes you just want to talk about something you got that you're excited about. I'll tell you something I'm excited about. The MPC sample. I have never used an MPC before. I've used the Roland, the SP555, which is basically the big brother of the 303 at the time. Then they made a 404 later, and then that's the one that basically phased out the 555. They just stopped making that. But that was the OG, one of the OG Roland samplers. I used that. Never had an MPC. And recently I decided I have to relive my days with the SP, the 404, like with the 555, but now you have to buy a 404. So I was like, I got to try that, and I got to try the MPC sample. I got to decide which is better. So I'm kind of in this phase of rocking and rolling with those two things, and I'm going to let you guys know what I think. I started on the 404 because that was the one that I'm more familiar with a little bit, because I had that 555 thing, and I'm digging it. I'm digging it in a big way, although everything you do on there is like a freaking Mortal Kombat combination. It's a what's that? Like, what's the John Wayne dude who makes beats was talking about that. He's like, you have to do a Hadouken every time you do anything on this sampler, and it's true. So I'm looking forward to trying the MPC sample which is not as it's all laid out in front of you. There's not like buttons on buttons on buttons hidden underneath the buttons, which makes the rolling ridiculous. Anyway, enough about what I'm excited about. Here we go. Back to the game. Let's just start doing automation and see how we make out. That's what I'm what I'm thinking right now. Let's just rock and roll with the automation jams. So here, this is where we're at. So you got the hands in here. You got some hands. Hands. I could go to this view, but then you won't see the lanes being written. So I'll probably stick with this one. That's why I'll probably stick with this so you could kind of see the jams. Yeah, dude, I might have to put together a list of some kind because you're not the first person to ask that. So I might have to. I kind of have a thing against Spotify at the moment a little bit. I don't mind saying it because, we've talked about it recently, but I don't know what's played out with the AI stuff with them, but they were basically just diluting the pool for every real artist by creating fake artists, or at least by condoning fake artists being created. So I've, best I can, I'm avoiding Spotify lately, like a lot, just as much as possible, to the point where I'm even, I used to use it to reference stuff every once in a while, and now I'm just like trying to figure out ways to not do that. And anything is better. Like any other solution would be better than that for me at the moment. But yeah, no, I understand where you're at. It's yeah, I'm not a beat maker, but I one day might be. Every time I make a beat, it's too complicated. Like, it's not a beat, it's a song, which makes it wrong. It just makes it wrong. But when you use those tools like samplers to make songs, you're forced to work in a way that simplifies your workflow. And it's not a bad thing. It's actually, I kind of find it cool because I've never, like, when I use Pro Tools to make a beat, it don't work. I can't do it. It winds up being a freaking song, like a complex song. It ain't a beat. So, I don't know. The art of beat making is elusive to me. I don't mind saying it. It is. It's weirdly elusive. But I like falling on my face in front of you guys, so I might start falling on my face a little bit on video, stumbling through doing that stuff. And I'll get better over time. That's one thing. Musicality translates. It's just like not everybody, out the gate does every type of musical endeavor in a way that's good. That's the truth. I could pick up a guitar and write a song from scratch and lay it down and put a bass line on it and put some drums on it. But if I try to do that in a way that sounds like a beat, it don't work. But it might now. We'll find out. All right, touch automation. So kick VCA, shift, option, click, touch. Now, we're only using touch because what that will do is I can bump the guitar up 2 dB, let it go, and it goes right back to where it was, where we were fairly satisfied with how things sounded. That's why you don't do this till the end. This has got to be your last move in the game. Dude, I'm with you on that. Every different platform has their own weird thing they do to music. Like this, you're not the only one who feels this way, man. Like YouTube has a sound, Spotify has it's the codec they use to make it, streamable or whatever, does a thing to music. It makes it sound different than, and this is without normalization on or any of it. It's not. Have you ever listened to a CD and then listened to that version on Spotify and matched the volume? It don't sound the same. So what I'm saying is there's something to that, and I don't think that's all the crazy, shiz and shinola that goes on in our brain when we think we can hear things that aren't really there. I don't think that's what that is. I think it's true. I think stuff sounds different on the different platforms like YouTube or Apple Music or Spotify or Instagram, or things sound different. So you're not the only one who feels that way, dude. This is going to be a real dance of the fingers here, because it's got to be like, then the guitar's got to come up. So the drums got to come up, then you got to let go, then the guitar's got to come up. There's a lot of dancing going on right now. Speaking of which, I'm going to undo what I just did so that we can get, because I understand it now. You know what I'm saying? Little fill action here. I lowered the volume. That's why you see me peek over here. The lower the volume, the better you'll be able to automate. As soon as stuff creeps up too loud, everything's good at every volume. I might be going a little crazy ham on those freaking toms, but I love them. So many drum fills, we got to catch them. Too much on the drums. Hold on. What up, Alex? We got Alex Kristoff in the house. What's poppin', my dude? And we got Marshmallow 6869 in the house. What's poppin', dude? If there's a we were talking about that earlier. Marshmallow, I called you, bro. Sorry about that. Marshall Lore 6869 was asking, do you know if there's a plugin which will make a wet sound less dry? Yeah, I'll pull up the go-to. It is what it is. You already know what's happening. The D-Reverb, where is it? D-Reverb, I think it's called, right? Clarity VX D-Reverb. This is the one. If you want to make a wet sound less dry, watch it like crash my whole system because I never open it. There we go. This plugin, D-Reverb, wet sound less dry. Reduce ambience. Turn to the right to reduce the reverb. You know, there's a couple that I use for stuff like that. The Clarity VX is good. But we talked about this earlier. They're magic tools, which means they're only good when they're a last resort, like a Hail Mary. It's 4th and 30. You got to get to that first down, and you ain't got the ability to have a clean vocal sound because all you got is this swampy mess somebody sent you or something. Well, there you go. You put something like that on, clean it up a little bit. But they all have like artifacts with them. So a good solution is not like just use that all the time. It'll only work, when the defense is in the right position. It's not going to work all the time. So that's a plugin that's decent for it. The Clarity plugins are okay also. They're actually, all these are by Waves. The other one I like a little bit is the UAD. If you like UAD stuff, the Vox Suite, C-Suite Vox is what it's called. C-Suite, vocals, VOX. They also have one for guitar, but that's a decent plugin to take out room noise or just noise in general, like if the mic has hiss on it or something. I actually prefer the UAD versions like 100 times over the Waves. Like literally 100 times over, I prefer them. So if you wanted, but is it as good for de-reverbing? I don't know, honestly. They're kind of last resorts, but it can be helpful. C-Suite is these right here. We've got UAD C-Suite Axis for guitars and stuff when you have that 50, 60 cycle hum, depending on where you are in the country, what country you're in, rather. And then the C-Suite Vox. These two are particularly good. So, the ambience, you could allow as much through as you want, attenuate as much as you want, allow as much ambience through as you want, but you have noise and room sound. So this one's probably my favorite if I had to pick one, and that's kind of a secret weapon I throw on when I need it. But like I said, they're last resorts, so take that as you will. Take it as you will. Even different DACs have different sounds. 100%. The best, it's such an overlooked thing. The best thing you could do to make your mixes better is actually hear your mixes better. And that comes down to what your DAC feeds your speakers. Because the DAC being crappy means that you're not hearing what's really there. So that means when you try to make whatever changes are actually good for whatever, the DAC is coloring your view so much that your ability to make the right decisions are off. And the room also matters too. You could have the best DAC in the world, but the worst room, so you're not hearing what's really there. You could have the best DAC in the world, but the worst speakers that are giving you the worst, version of what's there. But you could also prefer to listen to stuff on NS10s, which isn't the best speaker in the world, but in the right room with the right DAC, you could do really well on NS10s. Not in the low end, so you probably needed a subwoofer with it or something. But there's, you know what I'm saying? It's such a weird thing of everybody's different, everybody here is different, but the DAC is so important to your decision making, like crazy important. A better DAC will make you have better mixes because you'll be able to hear better, not because it'll just make your mixes sound better. You will hear better, so you'll make better decisions. That was my argument always for using the Trinov. And when I had worse speakers, than I have now, the Trinov was essential. For whatever reason, my room is dialed now. Like this room is dialed. My speaker placement is dialed. My speakers are great. So I actually don't use the Trinov. I never use it anymore. But I used to swear by it. I thought it was one of the most important things I ever bought in my life because it made me hear better. Like it made me be able to hear without the problems of the last room I was in. But this room ain't got those problems. And when I did another measurement or whatever, every which way, the Trinov wasn't actually helpful in this room with my speakers now. I find the better the speakers, the more that room correction software and stuff doesn't actually make them sound better. Those speakers are designed the way they are to sound the best without touching them, like without juicing up any nonsense with the room correction. So, like I said, also depends on your room and the placement. There's so many things. That's why this is so crazy. And so if you just need a friend to talk to about it, join our Discord, man, because it's just people just like you that have dealt with all the same things. Most of which are probably still dealing with this stuff because that's what happens. Until it's dialed, it ain't dialed. That's the truth. So you could spend years trying to solve problems that you just can't get around. So you just get accustomed to working that way. You just get accustomed to being like, oh, there's always a freaking 150 hertz dip in my room all the time. So I know that there's actually more there than I'm hearing. Like that's what people work, or that's how you work around it. You just learn what the problems are. And then that's how you got to hear music, which is why it's so crazy and a bad idea for anyone to sit in a room with you. They're never going to know what things sound like because they don't know your room. They don't know your speakers. So when I've had artists sit in the room while I was mixing something, I literally would be like, they'd be like, oh, can we put more low end in something? I'm like, you're actually not in a position to know what the hell the low end sounds like because you don't know these speakers. So trust me, go to the car and listen to it, then tell me what you think. And then they'll be like, oh, you're right. It doesn't need any more. Exactly. So it's because learning the room is the biggest part. And that's why it's actually not helpful to have somebody over your shoulder. All the big guys would tell somebody to take a walk. As soon as it's done, you can listen to it. Until then, it ain't done. And until you're in a position to actually know what you're listening to, like your car or something, you're not going to know what this thing really sounds like. Because I know my speakers and you don't. I know my room and you don't. It's the most true statement ever. I used to have a dude who would mix songs for me years ago, before I knew shit about shit. And in the room, I always felt like there wasn't enough bass. When I got out of that room and listened to anywhere else, like my car or anywhere that I knew the system, it sounded perfect. So I'm very used to this kind of a thing. And I learned real quick that I can sit in on a mix like that if I just don't say anything, because I have no idea what anything sounds like here. You have to realize that. Let alone if you're not in the sweet spot. That'd be another reason you would be all screwed up with your perspective. The sweet spot, only one person could be sitting in the sweet spot at one time. So if you're not in the sweet spot and you don't know the speakers in the room, you have no idea what anything sounds like. You know what I'm saying? So it's a very interesting thing how that works. But I learned it real quick. And then when I wanted to sit in on mixes, I would just not say anything. And I learned quickly that it doesn't actually matter if I'm freaking sitting here or not. The result's going to be the same. At the end, I'll hear it and then I'll make a decision based on speakers I know. I can't make a decision in here. I have no idea what's going on. I can't tell up from down. And that's how it is. Let's get back to it. That was a fun little rant. Sometimes you got to rant a little bit. I like the quick, turn everything off and start over. I like that. Alex Christoph drums, dude. You got some good questions in there. I liked your question today. He goes, what does Q even stand for? I don't know the answer to that, to be honest with you. I know exactly what it is. I know that it's how wide or how narrow you want your bell to be, which was the answer somebody gave you, but that wasn't the answer you were looking for. I knew the answer you were looking for. Your answer is, what does Q stand for? Not what is it? You know what it is. I know you know what it is. It's not. You want to know who came up with Q to describe that shape and what is the reasoning. And you wanted that lesson. I don't know. It's a great question. Fantastic question. Maybe GDP knows. I have no idea what Q stands for. I have no idea what it stands for. What is it? Like, I know you wanted, like, quotient. It stands for, qualitative quotient or some nonsense, right? Because that translates to this and this, and wide and narrow. No, I'm sure it's not what the answer is. What does Q stand for? Like, why are we using the letter Q to describe this or this? I bet you Mr. Psychotronic would know, because it sounds to me like an electronics question. It sounds to me like it's related to voltages or something, or maybe not voltage, but it's related to something to do with the waveform. I don't know what, because Q, maybe A plus, amplitude plus the aquafibrillant equals Q in the mathematical equation, and that's why Q is yada yada. It's probably something like that. It's some E equals MC squared stuff, but audio related. I don't know. It's a great question though. But the answer you got was not the answer you were looking for. I know that for certainty. It's like, oh, that's how wide or how narrow the bell curve. Nah, bro. That's not my question, bro. I knew what you wanted. I knew your question. I didn't know the answer, though. I'll tell you that. All right, back to the juice here. Let's juice this up. I'm going to have to go thin out some of those toms in a second. Too much guitar. Oh, here we go. If anyone wonders what that says, it's Sharukan. What is it? What's that one? The flying kick thing. What is that? What is that one? What does it mean is right, dude. Somebody, it's called Q because bandwidth doesn't fit in there too long. Yeah, I guess. I guess the real story, Q stands for quality factor. Higher Q, higher quality, more pinpointed. Lower Q, lower quality factor, broader, lower. That's such an audio definition. Like, that could be true, but you notice how in audio stuff says stuff that like nothing means what it should or not. How can I describe this? Like, everything has three meanings. The same word means three different things, like, most of the time. And then when it's quotient, obviously quotient, bro. That's what I was thinking too. But this like, it's some power. It's like it's the amplitude of the whatever to the something power. Like, it's something to do with that. That's what I'm thinking, right? But quality factor is so misleading and bullshit. People will be like, forever want to crank that to make the quality better. It's like, dude, it's like mastering doesn't mean that the person doing it is better than the mixer. Like, master, it must be better. It's mastering. It's like, that's what I want. No, dude, it's just a name of the freaking process. It's not the same as it's a different process. But it's stuff like that really kind of irks my gerb. You know what I'm saying? It pinches my dongle. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. You get what I'm saying. You guys get me. You guys get me. You know what I'm saying. Timu extra bandwidth. All right, hold on a sec. The vocal I got to deal with in a second, but it's hard to. I ain't got enough fingers here. That's what she said. Ain't got enough fingers here. I learned some coop info about the ear today. Sound comes in 15 to 30 degrees when facing forward. A left. Oh man, this is some hurt. This hurts my brain. If the train leaves the station going, 30 miles per hour and escalating to 78 miles per hour on the freaking and a mosquito lands on a branch in Puerto Rico, what will the time be in Houston, Texas? You know what I'm saying? Bullshit. No, I'm not saying what you're saying is bullshit, but that stuff reminds me of ridiculous questions that never needed to be answered to begin with in life. You know what I'm saying? Those freaking some school stuff was just, it's not meant for me, I'll tell you that right now. I hated school. Too structured. I hated it, dude.
Just like touch, just like improvements. Walk, touch, just like improvements. Welcome to the Bizarro Ruin. Put your show up fight the bullets. No help to the end. Inoculate the touch. Just like improvements. Welcome to the Bizarro Ruin. Just like improvements. Welcome to the Bizarro Ruin. Just like improvements. Welcome to the Bizarro Ruin.
Is that a double kick? What am I listening to? double kick.
Welcome to the Bizarro Ruin. Welcome to the Bizarro Ruin. Welcome to the Bizarro Ruin. Welcome to the Bizarro Lies improvements. Welcome to the Bizarro Welcome to the Bizarro
All right, let's get the vocal in place now.
to put your show baseline.
Like the word face, you know how that's a little quiet on me?
To put your show baseline. Fight the bullets. No help through the end. Inoculate the truth begun.
The word truth.
Inoculate the truth begun. Inoculate the truth begun. Just lies and prove-its. Welcome to the Bizarro Ruin. To put your show baseline. Fight the bullets. No help through the end. Inoculate the truth begun. Just lies and prove-its. Welcome to the Bizarro Fight the bullets. To put your show baseline. Fight the bullets. No help through the end. Inoculate the truth begun. Just lies and prove-its. Welcome to the Bizarro Ruin. To put the truth begun. The truth begun. Just lies and prove-its. Welcome to the Bizarro Ruin. To put your show baseline. Fight the bullets. No help through the end. Inoculate the truth begun.
Heaviness here. Heaviness.
The truth begun. Just lies and prove-its. Welcome to the Bizarro
I'm pushing that. I want to hear those guitar riffs towards the end, so I'm really pushing it up more than I even would typically do. Because there is no typical with this stuff. It's like whatever it calls for, you know?
Welcome to the Bizarro Welcome to the Bizarro The Bizarro
I like as it's fading out, the static's coming up. Ah! You gotta mess with them sometimes. You gotta mess with them sometimes. All right, where are we at? Let's go. What are we at over here? Where are we at? I didn't go source checking. I always wondered why sound is duller coming from the front versus the sides. Oh, that's interesting. I was trying to understand what you were going for to figure that out, but that makes total sense. I just always wondered why sound is duller coming from the front versus the sides. Yeah, because this is getting directly in there, whereas this has got to bounce off your face and do that weird, like, wraparound deal to get in there, pretty much. That's all right. It's something to do with that. There's like a face reflection that you got to take into account. So got to be it. Left ear better for music, partially true based on neuroscience, but not a general rule. I wonder if it has anything to do with being left or right-handed. I didn't go searching. I was watching a video about the brain spelling in the ear, how the ear takes in sound and how the brain processes it. Yeah, this all makes sense. I feel like there's so much they don't know about that still, too, though. Like, they don't know why people have tinnitus, and they can't solve it because they don't know why they even have it. And if they did, they'd be able to solve it. Like, there's people who have, had severe injuries in, like, war, and they've got no ears, and they have tinnitus. So it's a brain thing. And they can't figure out what the deal is. And I wish they could, because that would solve so many people's problems. There's a lot of people with some real serious tinnitus going down, myself included. And I would really like it if they figured that out one day. Like, that's so much more important to me than freaking an AI model for anything. Like, come on. If an AI model could solve that and figure that out for people and it worked, I'd be so into AI. If they were just like, and I heard this thing where, like, you rub the back of your freaking things back here, you tap on them or whatever. I tried all that. None of that stuff works for me anyway. Maybe it just because mentally I don't think it's going to work, but I was in. I tried. It doesn't work. It didn't work for me. Maybe some people it worked. Not for me.
Truth now suffers upon the ground and weary. Put your best suit and tie on. Join the riots. Ignorance will guide us. So put your joker face on. Bite the bullets. No help through the ass. Inoculate the truth begun. Just lies and prove it.
I want to see if I can make these toms super clear. Like, it's just a part of me that wants to see what I can do to that, especially on the triggers, because I haven't touched the EQ of the triggers. And I think people should do stuff like that. Like, you got to EQ your samples. It might not work in a song just because of how the EQ of that particular drum is. As soon as you start, tucking in something and pushing something else, it'll pop to the front of the speakers.
Upon the ground and weary.
Like, that sounds okay to me, but it's still, even though it's like a sample that was recorded real well and everything, it doesn't have enough poke. It needs more poke. So I think of poke as like 4K, and this is our cue, right? Keep this down the center. This widens it out a lot, and it's even to the left is a nice move for poke, for narrow poke. But the more to the left you make it, the more unnatural it sounds. So if I always start in the center, and then I decide if I want to widen or tighten.
Upon the ground and weary. Upon the ground and weary.
That's a little better. And because there's no cymbal on this, it's a trigger. We can really juice the goose, like on the top end. We can give it as much as we need.
Upon the ground and weary.
And why wouldn't you? And if you notice, I'm cutting low end on it because it already has low end on the OG track too. It's like, we got the low end. We don't have the goose. We don't have that punch. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to do the same thing on this track. All right, we're getting somewhere. Sometimes, like these aren't running to the parallel at all right now. I could put my own compression on them to give, because compressors are not just good for holding dynamic range together. They add a flavor. So sometimes you need a little flavor. You want a little flavor, add some flavor. Sometimes even a good saturator is nice to make it, give it a little more gumshoe. You know what I'm saying? You need some gumshoe on that thing. So what are we going to do? Little radiator, one of my favorites for some gumshoe. Sometimes the culture vulture is the move. It could be a little aggressive, but it's often, it could be the move. Is it the move? I don't know. It could be. We're going to find out. When the voice goes up high, you never know what to expect. Ooh, all right. Talk to me. Now, this is a very cool plugin because it has like 6 different flavors of distortion, essentially. You've got the 3 different types, but then you've got the overdrive mode. It's like, and you got drive control. So you got, it's a mouse in a house, this thing. I mean, it's really got everything you might need. It's like this little plugin that does a million amazing things. Like, I already love what it did to the floor. Let's juice. And all I did was turn the freaking drive up, and I left it where everything else alone.
Guide us. So put your joker face on.
It's like now the toms are really, we're hearing them because it added all these harmonic overtones to what was there. So we're hearing the freaking things, as opposed to before we weren't. And it's not just volume. It's that it's adding frequencies that weren't there. And that's the beauty of saturation. Gotta love it. It might even be too slappy now because of that. It's putting more slap on the top because of how much juice I goosed it over here. I might be able to take a little goose down. But let's audition with and without, because it really makes it poke to the front now. I might even... there's so many like little pitter patters on there, like so much of that you know we that's why we're doing what we're doing here, really. Trying to make them all as clear as we can because there's literally a lot of them. Like there's a lot of tom work going down in this song. Now, I'm feeling something here. Now, I don't know if I want to do it on bass or guitar, but this is why I call this day Final Touch Day. I call it that because my hearing loss is a brain thing. Brain damage. Dude, I'm sorry to hear that, bro. Vinyl Bear. Tinnitus is caused from a tight, tense back. Shrimp it up, dude. Oh. Every time I see that shrimp thing, yesterday I was like, it was 5.5 hours in. I'm like, stretch your back, guys. I was like, where's this Alex Kristoff guy, dude? Because like, you're always the dude who hooks us up with the back stretches, dude. Freaking always reminding everyone to back stretch. Hit the like button for the back stretches because every mixer needs to keep the right posture. If you mix like this the whole time, it's no good for anybody, man. You gotta work the stomach. Freaking stretch the back, have some water, all of it. This is the Ghost of Perception, Bizarro Ruin. Any kind of chocolate makes life better. Dark chocolate's the way to go. Gotta do the dark chocolate. I just had 2 choco pies. Nice, dude. What's a choco pie, bro? That sounds Japanese. What you got over there, GDP Japan? You got the matcha choco pies over there. The choco pies. Oh, nice. Oh, Wiz Paparazzi in the house. Let's do a little Wiz Paparazzi jam and an Alex Kristoff jam. I probably hit it already, but I'll hit it again. The Bicycle Horns of Greatness. The Alex Jones Overdrive sounds great on vocals. Nice. I don't know. What's the Alex Jones Overdrive? Is that the Aphex Oral Exciter? Because that's one of my favorites right there. What's going on, Wiz Paparazzi? How you doing over there? Oh, one hyperlink, dude. What's poppin', dude? How we doing? One hyperlink. Hope all is well with everybody doing their thing over there. We got he's talking about automate automate that jam. That's what we're doing, bro. We're doing it. It's not a question for you. That's been bugging me. All right. Bus compression sounds better than track compression, ? Maybe stereo plugins are better like SSL Wave Stereo. Bus compression sounds better than track compression. Well, it depends what we're doing. Like, I'll give you an example. The SSL sound, like the sound of an SSL console that people love so much, is not just the bus compressor. It's like in the analog world, it was using a little bit of compression on each channel. Sometimes just letting the light flicker, that first light will change the sound of that instrument coming through that track in a different way than your EQ moves will. So it's like this culmination of using the compressor for aggression in a way. A little bit on each track would add up to a different result than if you didn't have it at all, having nothing to do with the bus compressor. Also, the bus compressor has a flavor, and it's particularly aggressive. So when you combine the bus comp with little bit of compression on a lot of tracks, whether you're doing it on that analog console or in the box, the way I rock and roll on the SSL 360 jam, I'm getting a little bit on a lot of channels. If you look at it, like there's so many of these where the lights are just flickering. So you see what I'm saying? Like there's a benefit, and it sounds like, I'm telling you, there's a benefit. No matter which version of the channel strip you use, it could be any company. It doesn't have to be Waves. If you get those lights flickering a little bit on a lot of channels, it's a very different result than like hitting it particularly hard. Some things you might want to slam with compression, but keep this philosophy no matter what you're doing. If you want to put it on the track itself, you could probably get away with less If you're like not sure if it's something you should compress or not, is it just about the sound that it adds by getting a little compression? Because I'm telling you, that's a magic sauce that people think about weirdly. When you hit it hard, it's going to sound way worse if you did that on 100 tracks. Like, it's never going to sound good, everything being hit hard, compared to if you hit the mix bus hard. Because if you think about it, you're getting way more gain reduction if you do each track hard and then also mix bus compress or not. Like, it's way more than just hitting the mix bus with 4 dB of gain reduction or something. That's a lot less if you did nothing on the tracks and you just did that. So I think that the reason you're having a thing where you think track compression sounds worse than bus compression is because you have to take into account how much compression you're really adding when you do a lot of compression on each track. But when you're thinking about it just in terms of like, creating an auxiliary bus, sending your track into it and putting a compressor on, no. I would argue it's math you're talking about. So in engines like Pro Tools or any good DAW, it's just math. It doesn't matter if there's nothing on the chain except for you're just sending your track into a bus and popping the plug-in on the bus. There's no difference. What I would also say is that experiment with using multi-mono, and not a lot of people do, but you should, because it's going to treat the left and right side different. So that means if you have 6 guitars, some pan left, some pan right, odds are they're not hitting as powerfully all the time on everything. And your compressor, if it's stereo, will react the same on both sides. When one side hits it hard, it's going to pull both sides down. When you get the multi-mono going, it doesn't work like that. So you get a wider picture because it acts on each side differently. And that, in my opinion, also hugely helpful when you're talking about, really anything in parallel, honestly, that it could really be beneficial if you're doing stuff in parallel. But not only in parallel, if you're sending a bunch of stuff to a compressor, try multi-mono. I'm telling you. Hugely, hugely important. Stuff like that. And it goes overlooked, because there's so much to know and think about that, like, something like that slips by people until they've been mixing for a long time. Typically, they could be, like, just missing that. It's very important. Even experiment on your mix bus with saturation plugins in multi-mono instead of stereo. Experiment with that, because I find the tape machine plugins, a lot of like the Ampex that I use all the time, multi-mono sounds so different than stereo. Like, it makes everything sound more alive in multi-mono because it's treating the left and right side differently. So while on a compressor on your mix bus, you might not want that because you don't want the stereo image to be moving like this. You might want that to be solid. I find on things like saturation, it is helpful. So, hit or miss. Charles Dye was doing that too. And I actually got the idea after watching that video to try it. I was like, I should be trying this too. And boy, does it sound, or it feels different to me. So I like that. Now it's something I have a hard time doing without. Yeah, Vinyl Bear. That's you're dead on with that. Andrew Sheps talks about how he used to do parallel a lot, and he used to use multi-mono parallel stuff. That was a big thing that he was always doing that I think people missed, because I just, from an average of a bunch of lessons, it's always something that people don't do. As I watch them, like, okay, so you want to use parallel on this, let's see what you're doing. How come you're using that in stereo and not multi-mono? What do you mean? I always use it in stereo. It's like, I can't tell you how many times I've heard that. And it's not just, most people who are mixers are intelligent. It's nothing to do with intelligence. It's just there's so many little finite details that unless somebody points out what you're doing wrong, you'll never know. Unless someone is getting under the hood of your mix, you'll just never really know. You can't hear that from a distance and be like, oh, this is what you're doing. It's impossible to tell until you just try both ways. You'll feel it. But it's impossible for someone to just listen to your mix and know that's what you're doing wrong. So that's why like one-on-one lessons are really helpful for really like the stuff that you have so many questions, you won't even remember most of your questions. But once you get into one of them, you'll be like, this has been bugging me. Why did it blah, blah, blah? And there's always something. There's always something specific like that comes up. I had a dude I was giving lessons to who was a really good mixer, who was getting hired to mix a lot of stuff. And he was doing parallel wrong because he was crushing the signal and then sending it to parallel. And I had to, like, figure out his routing, which took about 3 to 5 minutes because his session was really complicated in terms of his routing. And then once I understood the routing, I was like, where's your clean signal? Why is that not getting to your mix bus? Like, why is it only this smushed version? And he was like, oh. And then he freaking took that off, changed that, and the whole mix sounded completely more punchy and more present. Everything poked out more, what he was looking for, instead of this smushy, soft thing. And the dude was really good. He just didn't know that. He missed one thing, and it ruined what he was doing. And it's just, talk about frustrating. Talk about something we do that's frustrating. Can you imagine? You do so many things right and one thing wrong, and it still ruins everything. That's what we do. That's where we are. That's why I hardly ever use a new plugin I've never used on a mix. Because every time I do that, there's always something that negative that comes with whatever new thing I'm doing. And you don't even pick up on it until you have a fresh perspective. You'll be like, what the hell is this ridiculous thing I'm hearing? And then you'll take off the one new plugin you add, and that's what was doing the ridiculous thing. It's just always that way. So it's why you don't see me like, oh, guys, check it out. I just bought this. Like, I never really talk about buying new plugins because for me, it's about knowing the tools you have. It's not about buying new tools. Get better at using the tools you have. I've yet to see a person who doesn't have enough tools to make a mix good. Like, I've yet to see it. It's always a question of, what do you have? Okay, we can make it work with that. I just won't use an 1176 today. We're going to make it work with other things. It's like that. It's just, what do you have? Okay, we can make it work with that. Which is really how it used to be. That's how it used to be. Whatever the studio had, that's what you would use to make stuff good. You couldn't just freaking invent 16 versions and clone the same plugin 100. You couldn't take the hardware and put it on 18 tracks. Like, you would just use what you had. You had to. You had no choice. So you'd experiment a lot more too. Be like, well, I've never used that on a freaking organ, but let's see. I've never tried that on a vocal, but let's find out. Because it's what we have. It's all we got left. And we want to put this there and this there. We got to try that on the vocal. Perfect. You know what I'm saying? Like, are you as excited as I am about the world of mixing and audio? Who's excited? I'm excited. Let's go. I'm actually going to try something on Kick too, because I liked what that Culture Vulture did. I really liked what it did to everything, pretty much, to the toms that I added it to. I'm going to put on the Kick trigger, I'm going to do the same thing, and it'll make a punch out of there, you know what I'm saying? And I have to use a stereo version, but it won't matter because it's only, both sides are going to be the same, but this is not a case that it matters. This is a kick trigger that has to be stereo because the left side is telling the trigger what to do and the right side is telling it what to ignore. And if you understand what I mean, then you understand how Slate Trigger 2 plugins work. And if you don't know what I mean, then you don't get it. But that's okay. That I could do a whole video on this part, but it's very simple. You can make this plugin just see what you want it to. All you have to do is put it on a bus, a stereo bus, and then you have to send what you want it to see panned left. You send what you don't want it to see, like the other drums, panned right. And then you crank the suppress knob to 97% or more. Like, you just crank that. And then it'll only see, it negates what you don't want it to see. So it won't see racks and floors, and it'll only see the kick. You get what I'm saying? It won't see snares, racks, floors if you set it that way. And it's the same on all the tracks. That's why I set it up this way. Because when you have a dense track, there's really no way around it. When the track is like, if the toms are hit every once in a blue moon, like a couple tracks I work on, there's just a few toms here and there. There's really no reason to do that, because it's not going to pick up. You don't need to separate all the little hits between the floor and the rack and multiple toms. Like, you don't need to do it if it's just kick and snare most of the time, and then every once in a while there's a freaking doo-doo, old school style. You don't have to go so crazy with it, but if it's a track like this, you do, because if you notice, there's a lot of intricate tom work on this song. Yo, Alex, I made a whole video on that for you, dude. Vinyl Bear talk about he likes mid-side. Yeah, dude, some people love mid-side. I use it only when I need to. There's a bunch of things I do that is only when I need to, and I think I don't know what that is, but it wasn't in the beginning of time. It was just like, I don't know when exactly that started, but this is my philosophy. It's the wrong move to go into mixes doing the same thing all the time. That's the wrong move. So that means the simpler your workflow, the less things you always do. Bottom line. You can't say always doing less is a thing you always do. No, that's just the best mix you could do would be the least things you have to do is going to give you the best mix. So that means always side chaining stuff? Nah, bro. Always panning guitars hard left and right? Nah, bro. Like, there's a lot of nah, bro. And most of it is anything related to always. Never always. All right? You get me? Never always. So things like guitars, okay? When you add the widener, I made a video specifically for you on this, or for anybody who was thinking like what a widener does. You're forcing your guitar to basically be out of phase with itself to get it wider. There's no other way. That's what widening is. The real way to get width is to have the left and the right side sound different than each other. That's the way to get width. And you get that without a widening plugin. You get it by changing your guitar from the right to the left speaker, or if it's the same guitar, EQing them differently, different effects pedal, different amp, different mic position, different distance from the mic. You get it a number of ways, but you want right and left side to sound different. That will make things feel wider, and it will do it without a nonsense, duplicate of the track with the phase flipped, creating the width. Because that's the only way to get outside of hard panned. And I think that's widely misunderstood, which is why people overuse wideners. And I think it's a mistake. I think you'll always be happier with your mix if it's not as wide, but also not smeared. You're smearing everything to the point where nothing will be clear because it is now canceling itself out to get it wider. And that's why it's like unnatural sounding. Just like if you're listening to something very badly out of phase, it can be very unnatural feeling and sounding. It makes you feel nauseous almost. That's really what you're doing by using wideners in general. So avoid it. Avoid it unless you absolutely need it, and then use it very sparingly. That's the best way to do it. The same with everything. Side chaining, avoid it unless you absolutely need it and use it sparingly. That's what's up. Unless you're making a dance track and you want it to freaking pump, then by all means. Unless you're just throwing it on vocals to get your effects out of the way of the vocal, by all means. It's not a solution to make a mix sound good. What is this the equivalent of? It's the equivalent of wearing a shirt as pants because it has two places to put your legs. No, it doesn't, dude. That's a shirt. That ain't no pants. Make the mix sound as good as you possibly can. And if it still ain't working, you reach for a side chain or something else to get you there. But to reach for it first is completely asinine. Ass backwards. Upside down. Terrible advice. You see what I'm saying? That's the truth. Use the stuff that's not going to make other stuff do things to make stuff better, which means basically the least abrasive stuff you could do, like a little EQ, is the least abrasive. Make the balance right, the EQ the way you want it, the panning right. Experiment with panning. Like try your guitars. If you got one in the center and it's competing with the vocal too much, just kick it out a little bit. You kick it out 15, 10, 12% out of the center a little. So you hear your vocal now. And now that guitar being kicked off a little bit out of center, it might not make your mix feel all weirdly out of balance like someone might think. It might be perfect. Because maybe you got something to balance on the other side a little bit out of the center. That was now, before it was all LCR, just all over the middle. And now you created space a little bit. The chorus happens. You want it to feel bigger. Okay, pan hard left and right. I ain't saying don't ever pan left and right. I'm saying there's room for everything in the middle in different circumstances. That's what I'm saying. So the concept of like always pan hard left, right. Nah, bro. Just nah, bro. It's not true. Some guys do LCR mixing. It doesn't make them wrong, but I've also found a lot of use for just kicking something a little bit outside of the center. So for me, I don't technically do LCR mixing, I guess. I don't do it because I find use for that. Whereas when everything sits in the center, I would still battle it to try to get it to work. But if it still doesn't work, kick it a little out of the center, dude. It makes perfect sense. Stuff makes sense, and then you do it. The reason LCR mixing, I don't think people understand this either. The reason LCR mixing was a thing, why it started, was because when you would engage a pan pot on consoles, it would engage this additional circuit that would lower the volume. It would make the person mixing think it sucked because it was lower. So rather than do that, they would just do LCR. It's like the number one reason why it started. It wasn't because like they did a bunch of, whatever and figured that this is the way to do it. It was because engaging the pan pot screwed shit up. That's why. So when we're in our world now, we're mixing in the box where we ain't got to worry about stuff like that. Why would we still think that that is a necessity? That's like saying Eddie Van Halen's guitar sounded so great because of this one freaking capacitor that was unobtainium, for everyone else because they don't make materials out of freaking Gibraltar's rock or whatever anymore. So what does that mean? You're never going to sound like Eddie Van Halen. No, bullshit. He would sound different if he was playing today too. You know what I'm saying? Like what are we talking about? You know? That's what I'm saying. If those same mixers were around today, you think they'd still do the same thing? Maybe some, maybe one, maybe two. I don't know. It's a good question. I think they started doing it, so it might be they still do it. But if they never had a pan pot ruin shit for them, I bet you they'd have been panning stuff wherever they wanted forever. That negative about the pan pot thing created a solution that they stuck with forever after. That's why things play out the way they do. You know, there's an important lesson there. You know, I think the biggest, most important lesson is never, always. There is no always. Nonsense. You tell me always, I'll give you a solution, and I'll give you one specific situation one day where always ain't going to work. You're going to have to do something else. Now what? Always. Bullshit. No always. I like Vinyl Bear talking about he mixes mostly in mono. You know, I got no problem with people mixing in mono. I don't do it. But I like the idea that it helps people. If it helps people in any way, go for it. I can't tell you the last time I threw like a down mixer plug-in on my shit and it was helpful for me. I can't tell you because I can't remember. But I know it helps a lot of people. So if there's nothing wrong with that, you know, if I'm not mistaken, like Joe Ciccarelli loves it and stuff. Like there's a lot of people that are major dudes who love it. So that falls under the category of some people like vanilla, some people like chocolate. Like you like what you like. You know, you can't convince somebody who hates strawberry. Oh man, strawberry's the best. You're wrong. Bullshit. Strawberry, you know, some people like it, some people don't. It's a very strange fruit. It's very strange. Nothing else tastes like strawberry. You guys notice that? There's nothing like that. I don't know. It made a lot of sense in my head, but saying it out loud, it makes less sense. But I think there's something here. Yup. I like Wiz Paparazzi mixing stereo. You're doing the right thing, man. Don't even get me started on freaking on Atmosery. Don't even get me started on some Atmos nonsense, bro. Have you checked out Vox and Go Stereo Touch? Have an addiction problem. I know not to. Same, nice, bro. Yo, Alex, you're right on point by not trying new plugins, dude. You don't need them. You don't need them. Unableton's got all you need right in the juice, right in there. I have to say too, like some of my best mixes by far, I didn't use a widener at all, like on it at all, especially on the stereo mix bus. I'm forced to consider things like how many mixes I've heard in my life that didn't have widening plugins on it that felt so wide. I think once people realize that, they stop like reaching for stuff like that. But you really have to look at the history, man. Put on Nevermind, mixed by Andy Wallace. There ain't no wideners on there. There ain't no side chaining on there. Everything sounds ridiculously good. There you go. You know what I'm saying? I listen to some Zeppelin records and I'm just like, wow, is this awesome? And I considered like how this is like, there's like nothing on this. There's EQ and like nothing else probably. And it sounds so good. You know what I mean? Anyway, I'm sure like any version we're listening to, if you don't have like the original pressing and release and stuff, I'm sure it's been run through a lot of compression and whatnot, especially in the mastering stage. You really never know what the mixes sounded like because you don't get that version without the mastering process added to it. And who knows how many times that was done. They would keep doing it to be able to sell more and more records. They'd alter it and do it again, every few years. That's why you got remastered. It's like, they just keep doing it to be able to sell more. So who knows what version you have and what they did to it. You know, there's limiting on a lot of those records. Like there's compression on the whole thing, but it's a question of when it was done. Was it done in the mix or mastering? A lot of these questions plague me, and I can't go to sleep at night because of some of them. They just keep me up all freaking night.
Truth now suffers upon the ground of wearing. Put your best suit and tie on. Join the riots. Ignorance will guide us. So put your joke of face on. Bite the bullets. No help through the
Dude, Vinyl Bear, you're not alone. A lot of people have hearing problems, way more than you realize. Rick Beato's talked about his hearing problems. I have real bad tinnitus in my left ear also, from literally a shot going off right next to my ear. So like there was a wall that ricocheted, and I feel like it was a combination of the shot and the ricochet off the wall, but it was something I wish never happened. I wish I could go back to that day and undo that, because it's an everyday thing that I hear this, and it doesn't get in the way. I think Andrew Sheff's talked about this big dip he has in his hearing. Chad Blake's hearing is awful sometimes. Like I'm not talking about his mixing ability. I'm talking about the problems he has with his ears and his hearing. Some days it's really bad. He talks about it, and he can hardly work. There's a really good long hour and a half or 2 hour video where it's Andrew Sheps, Chad Blake, Giles Martin, and I think it's Giles Martin, and it's George Martin's kid, and this awesome specialist, the hearing specialist, and they're all talking about ears and hearing and stuff. And I made a video citing a part of it, but it was on Pure Mix, if I'm not mistaken. And it's really worth watching for anybody who has problems with their ears, because it just shows that so many amazing, talented people had stuff going on, and you would never even know it, because that's the worst. The human body is so resilient. No matter what's going on, you can get past it. You can move through, get past it, get work done, get awesome work done. And you don't have to be embarrassed about it, or have people think oh, everyone who does great work's hearing must be perfect. It's not the case. So it's just good stuff to know that you can work around all the problems. I think CLA can't hear a tambourine, he said, or something. He's like, if there's a tambourine, I'll probably make it too loud because I can't even hear it. That's what he said. It's stuff like that. These are all reasons too why you should mix as low as you can get away with. And when I do that, the tinnitus is more apparent, but I actually prefer that, to mix low and hear some of the the noises in the room, just hear air rather than just all you hear is the music when it's cranked. I don't love working like that. I can't work like that for very long. I hate it.
just lies and prove it. Welcome to the Bizarro Ruin.
Yup, the Billy Corgan stuff could fill a book. Yo, hit the like button if anybody here hasn't already. I appreciate it. Hit that button. It helps stuff out, man. It helps get it there. Hit that button. We got to get the likes up. Let's do what we can.
Could not imagine it. Truth now suffers upon the ground that wearing. Put your best suit and tie on. Join the riots. Ignorance will guide us. So put your joke of face on. Bite the bullets. No help through the eyes. Inoculate the truth be gone. Just lies and prove it. Welcome to the Bizarro Ruin.
All right, now I remember what I wanted to do. We're going to the guitar, the ones doing the main thick rhythms, these two. Let's hit these with one of my favorite EQs. for beef. A good old beef or steef. A little 550. Hit me with the beef or steef. I really like what that's doing. The only other API, like, I like the B that's in the Vision channel strip a lot. Also like that one, but the, what is it? The 60. I like this one also. They sound very different. And this one gives you your 500 band. So the other one doesn't. Like, you got your 30, 60, 120, 500. The other one's got the 400 band. And they definitely sound different. Now you could say, why don't you just go to the 4KG? Why don't you just do it on the SSL? Because at this point, I'm using those as color boxes because they have a little bit of a tone just by turning them on. They're not like toneless like you would get with a Pro Q or something. So just by adding a little bit, they're also, what is it, proportional Q. So that means the more you crank into it, the tighter the Q gets, essentially. So it's the widest when you're barely cranking 2 dB, and it gets tighter, 4, 6, 8, it starts to get tighter on you. So it has a particular sound, those EQs. And, if I want a little more something out of the guitar, I find it easier to throw on something that has some color built into the EQ rather than use something colorless like a Pro Q. And let's use something similar on the bass. I like the way the bass sounds a lot, so I don't want to add a whole ton, but something similar would be cool. Maybe even the Vision would be kind of cool on this one. Either the Vision or the 550A. Starting to love that freaking thing. What do we got? That's so true. You learn to work around it. Is so right. Atmos is awesome, GDP says. That's pretty cool. I've tried it a few times, felt it, experienced it, but it's not like everybody has $5,000 Atmos toy at home. That's very true. Is it better on headphones? What's your thought on that? Like when you listen to music in Atmos on headphones, how do you feel about it? Like, do you like that experience of listening better? Guys, weigh in on that. I'd be curious to know. Sometimes, honestly, I think sometimes when I record a lot of guitar tracks, it's usually because, I am very capable of muting them while I'm mixing. That's why. So that means if I listen and I record a bunch of different tracks with a few different sounds, a lot of times there's like one sound goes really well on one side compared to the other. So just by having multiple choices, it just expands your possibilities of color, really. It also depends on the kind of guitar sound you're going for. Like for 70s stuff, if I'm recording a record supposed to sound 70s, I'm committing and making like one choice for one guitar and maybe a double, but it's like bare bones. That's how I think about it anyway. Whereas if it's like a, you know, alt, like modern alt rock or whatever you would call it, like, post hardcore program, like whatever that bullshit is. I like some of that music too, but it's like a wall of guitars is more common, I find. So you don't get the sound of a wall of guitars with one guitar. You need a bunch, and so it really depends on when you hear a guitar, like in the context of what you're doing, what you're going for. So if you're doing like a pop punk thing from like, and you're trying to go make it sound like the Clash, you're not going to freaking do a house of guitars. Whereas you would if you're going for a certain sound, there's really no other way to do it. But yeah, the reason people double things also is because it covers mistakes. And that's why I say, like, you have to be, if you're the one mixing the thing, it's up to you to decide what should be there and what shouldn't, and like what to mute. It's really up to you. And it's always better, I find, to have a couple more choices. And then when I'm mixing, I'm perfectly capable of muting the things I think don't go together as well as other things. If you find it's thick enough, mute the stuff. If you find you want more thickness, you need more stuff. So it's nice to have stuff. And that's why if the person tracking it is not, the person mixing it, you often overdo it. And if you're the one mixing it, it's even easier to overdo it. So if I intend to mix stuff, a lot of time I, will say to myself, while I am editing this, I will make that call on which guitars to be in or not. Like ideally before the mix stage, you'll make the call on what sounds right together and how much of it. But the best way to do it, in my opinion, is do less and then commit to those sounds. And then more often than not, if you're building the track to sound good as you're recording it, then it'll sound good. Whether there's 6 tracks of guitar or 2 or 3, or it'll sound good because you made that call while you were tracking it. So that's the truth. Lennon used to double his vocal because he didn't like the sound of his voice. And I think guitar players do a similar thing, where they'll double their part because they think it sounds like you can't tell their mistakes when that's the case. And if they play tight enough, it just makes it sound like there's a chorus effect on the guitar. If they're super, super tight, but it'll sound wide also to have a different thing on the left compared to the right. If it's tight and the sounds are just different, it'll sound nice and wide and good. There's nothing wrong with doubling your parts, but quadrupling them and stuff, not the best idea unless it's intentional and you keep changing the sound between tracks and every track sounds different and they're all adding to the weight because they're just different colors, creating this freaking, wave of color. Then that's cool. Plenty of albums were done like that too. So it really depends on what you're going for. The style of music especially. panning in the plugin on those. I figured why not pan in the plugin. Just lies that prove it.
Just lies to prove it.
I thought he was saying just like the Druids at first.
Just lies to prove it. Welcome to the Bizarro
Ruin. Just like the Druids. I think he said just lies that prove it.
Just lies to prove it. Welcome to the Bizarro Ruin.
All right, we're slamming here now. Starting to feel like nice slammed, where I'm feeling the groove, I'm feeling the beat, I'm feeling the vocals, I'm feeling the bass, feeling the guitars. Do 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 do. Yeah, I hear what you're saying about Gold Clip. I mean, I really like using Gold Clip. I find it makes any limiter work a little easier to have a clipper a little like just right in front of it. And you get a little love out of it if you use it sparingly. Like I really like the box tone on it too, so it'll stay in classic mode for me because it softens the top a little, which I like. But notice I keep these real low, and I find that that's the way to use this plugin. Also, it's usually doing like hardly anything until there's a loud automated fill or something, in which case it goes to work. But most of the time it's like 1 dB, and you can't look at it, whatever that number is, it's just the last highest number. And if I made an automation move that was way too crazy, it'll note that even if I redid the automation move. So that's what I mean by sparingly. Sometimes it doesn't even get near the line. Sometimes it's a half a dB. Sometimes it's 1 dB. Like we're talking about sparing. Then it can be really, really helpful in a lot of cases. Yeah. But there's no point in talking about like what plugins to own, because this is what you should do if you're thinking about yes or no to buy something for a plugin. You have to force yourself not to buy it for a month and use other things to try to achieve that result. If after a month you're still thinking about it all the time, that's when, you demo it. And if you love it, you buy it. But you have to put a waiting period on, because it saved me so much money. Because 9 times out of 10, that feeling I have that I really want something goes away. And especially if it's like, there's been a couple cases where I was really like, oh, I can't wait. I got to do that. I got to buy that. And then I would just wait a month, sometimes 2 months. And 9 times out of 10, after that 2 months, I didn't even think about the plugin anymore. I couldn't want it less. Like it just fades away, that desire to own it. So the ones that keep coming back that you really feel like you need for some reason, if you still feel that after 2 months, that's when you try it. But I wouldn't try it until I'm ready to buy it. There's no point, because if you try it, now you put it on 2 mixes that you like, you'll have to buy it. And then later you realize, like a week later, you hate the freaking thing, and now you only bought it because you used it on 2 mixes. So it's like this awful, they lock you in once you've tried it. Now you need it. So I don't try it until I'm like buying it. That's when I try it. And if that moments, in that case, I've actually turned around and been like, I ain't buying this because it's not great. But that's my test. It's not until after I've waited a month or 2 on it. That's when I do the trial. If I still want it at that point. It's not usual that like a plugin gets past all that. It's like a huge barrier to entry for me to get into my plugin game. And it wasn't always this way, but I've learned this because I bought way too many plugins I don't use, like everybody else. So you avoid that. You learn from your mistakes if you're lucky. And that's a huge mistake people make, is always thinking they need a new plugin. It's the biggest mistake going. Like, I have my favorites. I have plugins that I wouldn't want to mix without in the box. And that's just like with hardware. Like I had certain pieces of hardware I would be like, man, if I didn't have this, it would be hard to get what it's doing, And there's no reason you couldn't feel like that about stuff in the box. I treat plugins like hardware. Like certain plugins give me a sound like hardware was giving me a sound. It's similar. And once you find those, you stick with them. So it's rare that I even go outside of what I love the most these days on my mix bus. The mainstays are the Ampex. The SSL bus comp is like an always, freaking love that thing. But I used to use many different compressors, and then I've recently, as soon as I switched to the 360 style, I really like the fact that I could see the bus comp right in it. So I started using it again all the time. And it was always one of my favorites, but it just became like a mainstay at that point. And the Mic DSP, I can't forget about this. Like for me, this is the best limiter ever made for in the box mixing because it's so colorful that it makes more out of what it is than just slamming it with like Pro L2 or something like that. It's very different. And I have Pro L2 and I like it. I have the Oxford limiter and I like it, but the Mic DSP, like they all have a sound. The Oxford limiter has a sound, and if you like it, great. But over time, your tastes change, and the Mic DSP became my favorite limiter. It used to be the Oxford limiter was my favorite, and the Pro L2 and the Oxford would switch off sometimes. Whereas once the Mic DSP, I started really using that. I can't see myself not using it now. I freaking love the way it adds color to the mix. I really enjoy it. So yeah, I'm blabbing a lot because there wasn't a lot of work to be done on this track, I feel like. And we could tweak from today till tomorrow, but I'm just going to listen to it and see where we're at this point. Voxen goes, a Russian madman who gives these things away for free. AP Mastering is still trying to reverse engineer his limiter. Elephant. That's cool. That AP Mastering dude is he seems like a chill dude who's also a genius. He seems like a freaking brilliant just a great. He seems like a genius, that dude. And that's cool. I like having really smart people making content. I think it's better than the other way. So, awesome. I find myself watching his videos sometimes too. What else? And when I rate people as geniuses, usually for me it's a number of things, but like your ability to communicate is part of that, and he communicates real well. Like he just has a nice way about explaining himself, which I like. But he also like, it wouldn't surprise me if that dude if he went to freaking Harvard or some craziness. Like he strikes me as somebody who did really well in school, which is a whole different kind of intelligence too. It's like intelligence under authority is a very different kind of intelligence. And that dude is interesting. I like some of the stuff he talks about, and I like how he's a big proponent of dispelling myths. I like that also. Atmos on headphones is just like 25% of Atmos. Really? That's interesting. That's interesting, GDP. I like your take on that. That's interesting. Oh, that I gotta check out that. If there's a Butch Vig interview about tracking and mixing Siamese Dream, I gotta check it out. It's not the same listening on headphones than with real speakers and air in between. That's true. That's very true. Do your thing, Vinyl Bear. I'm glad you're digging it, bro. I'm really happy you're liking the mix. Awesome vinyl. Yeah, thanks for dropping the link. Dude, that's awesome. I got to check out that link you dropped in our Discord. Anybody who hasn't yet, join our Discord, man. We welcome our Discord to all comers. Anybody who's in music, doesn't matter what your skill level or anything. Discord's open and welcome, and we drop awesome links in there. There's people talking about their gear and what new stuff they're using and problems they're having with the gear and with other stuff and anything music related with mixes. And it's a solid environment, and it's powered by you guys being awesome. So I appreciate it. Alex Christoph asking, rhythm guitar is warm buttery. Is that a Marshall? I'm really happy you said that, because the answer is no. I built this guitar sound from a direct signal. That's the guitar sound. I built it using plugins. So I'm glad you dig it. It's what do we got? I'll give you my sauce, right? If it's these two buttery ones you're talking about, probably these. Some of these are not. I did not build. I'm just using the sound that was given to me, and I'm not sure how it was recorded. But the ones that are direct, like these two, I built them using the 55 Deluxe. If I took all these plugins off, it's just a dry direct. It's nothing. It's not. Doesn't sound like anything. This is one of my favorite awesome UAD plugins, and it's like you wouldn't expect it, but this is a combo I used to use all the time. This like a Royer and a 57 was one of my favorite ways to mic guitar, and it just so happens to sound really freaking amazing when you have it set to this whatever this GB25 to the right speaker is. I'm not even sure what it is, but it's awesome. Probably Greenback 25, I had to guess. But it's awesome. And this UAD plugin is great by itself, but when you need a little more dirt on it, I've got the Tri-Knob Fuzz, which I'm fairly sure is a Pro Tools standard. It comes with it, and pretty cool. Like without. And this is not doing a whole lot of anything like that I can hear at the moment. It's barely doing anything. So it's mostly the 55 that's giving you that sound. Now what's on this side? Same 55, but like this is when I was telling you how to make guitars sound wide, make them sound different. So look, different speaker, same mic combo, but I'm on a different speaker sound. This is dialed different, and we've got the Black Op, which is another Pro Tools standard stomp box, comes with Pro Tools. Like all this, I dig into the stock plugins more often than you think. It just gives it more growl, like, as opposed to being as clean and sticky or whatever you want to call it. So it's really that 55 Deluxe comes in clutch because you can get a lot of different tones out of it. And the trick for me is always the same, which is however much distortion you think you need less. And it just always is that way. It's because you think you need a certain amount, but on recording, whatever amount you have on your amp in the room gets amplified in the recording to where it just makes it sound like Timu, unless you keep it drier. Most of my favorite guitar tones sound distorted and are actually very little distortion. There's very little distortion on them. And that's a thing, so I am aware of it. Even on a heavy song like this, like those are the main guitars. We also have a guitar that's really swimmy. This is what I mean by like this came to me this way. But this is what happens when you have a really distorted guitar. It sounds cool if it's the only thing doing that sound. But once you stack that, all you're going to get is a cat through a fax machine. You're going to get a ton of fizzy hiss. So I liked building cleaner guitars to complement this one that's very dirty. And then you put them all together and it sounds like this. You know what I'm saying? So there's reasoning here, You don't always look at it like each guitar needs to sound great on its own. It just has to work to complement each other. So if I have a dirty one that I can't get rid of the dirt on, I'm essentially going to use that as nothing can be more distorted than this, but this is my distortion pedal. This is the blend is this guitar. And I just put enough of that where these sound dirtier than they are. That's the magic. Both sides sound different, and that helps also. But everything else is. What's this? This is some lead stuff into a Cooper Time Cube. So it's SSL EQ into a Cooper Time Cube. That's the whole sauce there. Cooper Time Cube set with both sides different the way I do, and it's the magic of the Cooper is the two sides different. And this one's being sent to a tape echo. 166 milliseconds. You know, nothing crazy. That's all. That tape echo gives it so much personality. Without it, it's super dry. And it's not like I hate the dryness. I just like the personality more. It could even come up a little bit because it sounds kind of cool. You know, like that riff is so good. Yeah, I could bring it up a smidge. Wouldn't hurt nothing.
Just lies to prove it. Welcome to the Bizarro
Ruin. And there's two of them. There's this one that does this part, which feels closer to the right volume. The other one felt a little low.
Fight the bullets. Just lies to prove it. Welcome to the Bizarro
Lowered it a little bit. Thanks, Wiz Paparazzi. I appreciate that, Alex, man. Dude, that makes me feel great to actually take a tone that wasn't there and make it there. Like, that's, you know, I don't hate using DIs as much as I used to. Like, I used to be like, man, like, you know, I want an amp mic'd up. Like, and I still prefer that more than anything, I would say, like a nice amp mic'd up. I don't care if it's solid state or tube or a practice amp or a freaking 4x12. Like, I don't care, you know, how many amps it is mic'd up or anything, but I like the originality of an amp like that. But I think over time, the more stuff you work on, eventually, like, you'll realize that just any stomp box in a stock plugin combined with a decent amp sim is actually pretty okay. Like, you can make that work. No matter what the circumstance, you can pretty much make that work as long as it's a clean DI sound. So, you know, out of necessity, we learn to do what we can. And are there better amp sims than the 55? Probably. I don't know. I like the 55. And that's where it comes down to knowing your plugins is key. I love the 55. Like, I've used that enough where I can get a lot of different sounds out of that freaking thing. The other plugin that's pretty cool that I got recently that I like is the Showtime. It's like a Showtime. It's like a Fender Blackface. Instead of that was the Tweed. But like if you haven't realized, I'm a Fender fan. I play a Fender Twin a lot because it's pretty much the best clean tone you can get, and it grits out when you crank it. But I have like 100 watt, so you can never really crank it. Fender Twin, and it's the best clean tone on the planet Earth as far as I'm concerned. And that was like my favorite amp to gig with. It was a freaking house for weight, but I dropped it down a flight of stairs and it still works. I dropped it out of a car. Like I opened the trunk on a hill and dumbass, I didn't lock the wheels and it's on wheels and the freaking thing just rolled right out the back, landed on its freaking head. Still works fine. That thing's a house. Old school Fender Twin Tube amp from like the 70s. It's a house and it weighs so much, but it's worth it because the thing's a house. And it just can't, it's a brick house. It can't be broken. I mean, knock on wood, that thing is ridiculous. So I'm partial towards Fender amps. I also love Marshalls. Marshalls have this awesome like compression sound within the amp. I've heard the same thing from, Marshall half stacks to Marshall little like practice amps. I don't know what they're doing. Something to do with the way the speakers sound, but they have this like awesome compression sound that they do that Fenders don't do. So it's really a very interesting like combination to have. And I tell you the truth, one of my favorite amps is the orange sound. The orange sound has like all these extra harmonics in it. It's the best way to put it. Like an orange head through any cabinet. Doesn't matter what the cabinet. It just sounds like extra harmonics. Like your guitar has so much more chunk to it. I like the dual terror head, which is like dirty or clean, is ridiculously good. And it's small and it's portable, and that became my favorite head to take around to gigs because it was like you could put it on your shoulder. Freaking thing was, it's only like yay big. It's ridiculously cool. Great clean tone that you could make dirty. It doesn't have reverb built in, but who gives a shit? Like you have a reverb pedal, you don't need that. Ridiculously good sound for both dirty or clean. That orange. Really liked it. So yeah, you have to have a bunch of colors as a guitarist. You got to have a bunch of colors. No choice. But Eric Gales likes a super clean tone from his amp at loud volumes, and when he wants to use dirt, it's all about the pedals. But he's one of the first guitarists I heard talk about that, as opposed to the opposite, where you think like you want your amp to sound nice and gritty and dirty. Like he wants his amp to be clean, and then he'll dirt it up with pedals when he wants, but he wants that clean option. And you just can't get that if when you turn your amp to 7 or 6, like it just makes it all gritty. So, I forget what he uses, but my brain is telling me like a Roland Jazz Chorus or something, or a Fender Twin, because you can get a lot of juice out of those before they break up, unless you got a load box on it or something, which is something I always wanted to get, but I never did. I just use that amp for the clean tone. I don't ever try to make it break up because I would have to go deaf to make that happen, because it's a 100-watt amp. When you go from 1 to 2, the freaking thing knocks your eardrums out. Like 1 to 2, like you have to leave it on 2. In any normal circumstance, it stays on 2. It's crazy. But yeah, man, you got to get the chunk going. You know what I'm saying? I think I want to raise the cymbal here, like on this crash. I want the cymbal to ring longer. See what I'm saying? Something like that. That's what I'm talking about, Willis. We're crossing into crazy territory here where the freaking volume is getting a little too crazy for me. I don't like to see like negative 5.9 lufs, negative 6 lufs. I don't like that. I prefer it not to be there. But it's only a couple moments that happens, but I don't prefer it. Let's see. I might take the master down a few just to get back a little bit of life in it. Like we'll take it down 2.5 dB.
Just slides to prove it. Welcome to the Bizarro Ruin. The selfless will suffer. Watch them pick up the fall. Clock keeps ticking while the rapture reveals all. Up is now down. Lies they weave upon the ground. Right is now wrong. Bye goodbyes is last. So put your face on. Fight the bullets. No help through their yes. Inoculate the truth be gone. Just lies to prove it. Welcome to the Bizarro Ruin.
brought the master back to where it was so that everything would be doing what it was doing. I do like it with a little more headroom, but I think I'm going to leave it here because it's squashing in a pretty interesting way also. Just those little splashes. All right. I'm going to run it. I think we're there, guys. You know, I'm feeling like we're there. And like I always say, the best way to judge is actually fresh ears one time through. You listen the next day one time. And then you might say to yourself, man, I got to make this vocal a little louder on that one word. Or you might say to yourself, man, I want to hear those splashes a little more in the whatever. Or, you might be like, that bass needs to come down 2 dB. And look, but you'll know. And then you'll make a couple changes, and then you'll be done. You don't even need to keep playing it. You don't need to stop it. Just assess it from the point of view of like, it ain't your mix. You're just going to be like listening to it and go, all right, I like it except for whatever. And they're broad scope things. It could be something finite, like finite. That's a cool word. Minute and finite. Slam it together. Finite. It could be finite, but it could be not finite. It could be big, broad scope, something or other. That's what I like to do, is like that one fresh listen tells me a lot. I got to also be honest with you guys. Sometimes I don't do that. And I just like listen and I'm like, yep, it's there. And then I'm good. And I don't get into the weeds about like any little nonsense thing. It's just, if you can listen through the track and nothing bugs you, you're good. You're good, and depending on how much time I spent the night before on it, it's not always even necessary. That's what I'm saying. You could be like, I remember clear what it was, but I think it's a helpful tip to get into where your ears are totally fresh and then you hear it for the first time on that day. That's a good habit to check yourself, and then have something else to do that day. That's the key. Otherwise, you'll spend the whole day tweaking it again, and then you're just in this endless cycle of nonsense. That's the key. Bottom line, your ears will tell you the truth on that first time on a fresh ear day. But yeah, I'm feeling it, man. What's good? Mr. Psychotronic in the house. What's good, dude? We got Mr. Psychotronic in the house. Niles Pache, what's poppin'? What's going on over there, dude? Evan, have you ever done the next day check and had to change nothing, just a no rim swish? Dude, I'm telling you, sometimes I don't even do the next day swish. I'm like, I don't even listen the next day sometimes because I'm confident enough in the day before's work that it's let the client hear it. And then a lot of times it's like, oh, dude, that's great. And then you don't have to do nothing. And that's like the bread and butter. If you have to do something, you do something. But if they love it, you don't got to do nothing. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful feeling. And really what it means is you got the point across. They felt something when they heard it. You got the point across. There are some people that just are impossible to satisfy to some degree. There are those people. And it's rough when you're working with those people, because they lose sight of the big picture and they just want to focus on the pimple on their nose. And they're like, man, I can still see the pimple on my nose. It's like, yeah, dude, but you got a 6-pack now and you look like a Greek god, but like there's a pimple on your nose. Like, fucking get over it, brah. You know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. It is what it is. I don't know where that came from, but you know what I'm saying. I think some people are impossible to satisfy. That's just, I think if you work with enough people, you realize there's some people that are just really they would be like that if they got a cup of coffee. They'd be like that if they freaking got a bagel. They'll just be like, there's too many seeds on this bagel. Like there's people like that in the world. There's nothing you can do about it. There's people that will love it, and then months later they'll play it for like their sister's cat, and their sister's cat will be like, I can't hear your vocal enough. And then guess what? You're getting a revision 6 months later because they want the vocal up a little bit because their sister's cat said it couldn't hear your vocal enough. Like there's people out there that do these ridiculous things. I was never one of them. I was always somebody, like, when I wasn't mixing my own shit, I was always somebody who would, like, listen to the mix. I was probably a little bit of a pain in the ass sometimes with, can we tweak this, change that, like a little bit of this, whatever, make some change. But then when it was done, it was done. I never came back 3 to 5 months later with other shit to do to the same songs. I never did that once in my life, and I'm proud of that because that's crazy, man. Like, that's just bordering on insanity, I think. I really think that's because something's got to be real. The way you feel about it being good has got to be real. And if it's not, then you keep working it until it is. But once you're happy with it and you say you love it, nobody's opinion about it would change mine, ever. Because I had my own opinion and it was a strong one. And I think that's what's up. Too many flippant people out there with the breeze. Like, doesn't happen that often, but I'm saying they exist. These guys exist. And if their sister's cat says something, they're going to have to we're going to have to make the parakeet louder because the sister's cat needs it louder. It's like, it's got no choice. That's just part of it, guys. But Becky will finally go out with me if the 8K on the floor time is perfect. Otherwise, no date. Dude, that's spot on right there, bro. It's spot on in any circumstance. It's like, yeah, but my friend who does music said that, Oh, man. Anyway, I like working with people who have strong opinions, and then, when they love it, they love it. And then it feels good to satisfy any client with great work. And then, but the ones that have that change their opinion constantly, I can't stand those people. Like, have an opinion and then move on. The world's not going to end if 8K on the floor tom is a little too much or too little. Like, the world ain't going to end. That song's good or not, regardless of that. You know what I'm saying? And that's the truth. Once you're in the ballpark, you're in the ballpark. Until then, you got to get in the ballpark. You got to get it where it sounds really good. That's how I look at it. And sometimes it's hard to judge when something sounds really good after your ears are fried. So the best thing you could do is actually not sit in on the session. Listen to it. Like, if you're the artist, let whoever mix it. Then when it's done, listen to it. But the worst thing you could do is beat up your ears along with the mixer beating up his ears. And now you lost all perspective. And then you expect to judge, like, you've been working on the mix side by side with the guy. Like, no, this is a terrible idea. Those are always the worst. The people who have to be in the room, the only way they can be in the room is if they don't say anything. It's like the only way. They have to not say anything until it's done and then listen to it. And you want them to have fresh ears when they listen to it, not be beat up. So it's actually really an interesting thing. GDP, I'm sure you got stories on stories on stories with this stuff because it's not unique to me. Like, this is what happens. I was once a little bit of a pain in the ass when it came to, revisions and stuff. And I'll be the first to tell you, 9 times out of 10, everything I had to say to change whatever in the early phases of me saying shit was wrong. Made it worse. And it was usually somehow rooted in, thinking I was making the right moves, but it was usually rooted in a bad playback system I was listening to, giving me making me push something in a direction to satisfy this one playback system and making it worse on all others in the entire world. And that's, I think, what people fail to realize too, is like, if you're listening to something in a shitty room and stuff, and that's your reference point, man, try a different reference point. Like, You know, everything's got to sound if everything's got to make your garage sound good, man, you're put on something that sounds good everywhere that you know, that you've heard. And if that sounds like shit in the garage too, it's your garage, bro. It's your freaking garage. I have an unofficial Snoopy t-shirt for cases like that where the dog lies behind the doghouse giving the finger over the top of it. GDP talk about not stories, nightmares. Yeah, I got one of these. Check this out. Every engineer should have one of these. I'll be selling these on my website. You see this? You know what that is? Can you see it from there? It's a knob. Do you know what this knob is? I'll put it underneath this camera. You know what that is? This is what I call the aqua defibrillator knob. And anytime somebody's in the room telling me what to do with the mix, I hand them this. And I say, twist it as much as you want. Go for it. Every engineer needs one of these. You just hand them a knob and you tell them twist it as however much they want. I didn't come up with that. I'm sure every engineer in the world came up with that, actually, because I've been in plenty of studios where like there was an extra SSL knob just sitting there ready to be handed to somebody. And it's a great way to get them to stop saying shit because they don't know what they're talking about anyway. You don't know my room and my speakers. You can't possibly tell me anything about what this sounds like. That's the truth. You know, listen to it in your car. You have a better reference there. Let them listen to it where they know music. That's what I used to do. I used to be like, when the mix is done, give it to me. I'm going to go to the car and listen. And then I'd go to the car because I know what things sound like in there. And I'd be like, awesome. Now I know what I actually have. Plenty of bass. It sounds great. It sounds thick. It sounds nice. Go back. Man, that's awesome. You know, could you make the vocal a little bit lower? I want a little mystery in the vocal. I don't want the vocal so clear and fucking up in my face like a pop song that it's, that it's like it doesn't sound right for rock or something. Like I'd have stuff like that to be like where I wanted certain things tucked in, because it adds to the mystery a little. I don't need to hear like 9 Inch Nails is a great example of that. The vocals were very rarely like over top of the mixes. They were in the mix. Like the vocal being in the mix makes the music feel more powerful. Stone Temple Pilots is another great example of that. His vocal, Scott Weiland's vocal, was so good, but all those great albums, the vocal's tucked in. It's not over top. It's dark and it's tucked in. Like it's not crazy crispy, super bright. It's tucked in and it makes the music more powerful. As soon as the vocal is way out front, like happens so often, the music now has to have less power. It's got no choice. So it's like what's more important to you? The music sounding more powerful, all the instruments, or the vocal? Like what's, and for me, it's like I like a little mystery in the vocal. I've always been one to want to lean in to hear what he's saying, and even want to get the words wrong because I didn't hear exactly what they said. Like I like that thought process that goes into processing what the lyrics are, not when like I have no choice but to hear every lip smack because the vocals are so loud. Like there's a real balance there that I find I've always been focused on my entire life as a listener. Certain like the song by the Breeders, Cannonball, the vocals tucked in. It's a great song. Kim Deal's vocals tucked in. It's not over top of that thing. And it sounds awesome as a result. I never once said to myself, I need to hear what she's saying more. I'd be like, what is she saying? And I'd listen in. I'd lean into it. Freaking love that. Oh, I like that. Let's add a section on Discord called the Nightmare Chamber, Mr. Psychotron. That's actually a great idea, where we just share stories of nightmares. Yeah. Alex Christos says he was a pain in the A one time, but it was reasonable. Dude wouldn't let us use our amps and insisted on his preset he used for 5,000 bands. I didn't like that mindset, lazy as hell. I agree with that. I hate when mixers make everything sound the same. I hate it. It's a pet peeve. It's like a big pet peeve of mine when they sterilize every mix and make them all sound the same. Every band doesn't sound the same. Every song has a different important instrument. Sometimes it's the bass. Like Jane's Addiction, the freaking bass like runs those songs. And, you wouldn't be able to do it without it. So it's like every group has their own thing, and you can't just like put the same sound on everybody. It's lame as hell, especially in the tracking phase. That's when that stuff really can go off the rails. It's like if a band's always used to playing together and you make them play separately, they're not the same band anymore. So could it be done? Yes. Is it a good idea? No. Like not if they're a cohesive unit when all playing together. Then it's not a good idea. A lot of bands come to mind like that. Like the Chili Peppers is one of them. They're a different band when they don't play together. Like if they track everything separate, it's not exactly the same. And I think that's like most of the time, a lot of bands, their thing would be how can we get a good drum take and keep the bass? That would be awesome. And if we can get the rhythm guitar take and keep that, great also. But if not, we'll redo the rhythm guitar or whatever. But let's at least get bass and drums at the same time. Like it's a very popular way to roll. You could overdub, you could change stuff, but at least when you get that down, you've got the feel locked in. And then, you want to make your part perfect and punch in here and there, like do whatever you want. But the feel that's achieved from people playing together is very different than when they're separate. And that's something I learned the hard way, recording, people separately and realizing there's a big difference. Like even on my own stuff, it was very apparent when I would record to a click and do separate compared to when we all played together. It's a very different vibe. And great players can do it either way, but it doesn't make it better. Yup, make a decision and move on. You say that like it's so easy. It's a practice skill. It's an art form to make decisions and move on. It's an art form. You put in discipline in your workflow to be able to achieve it. That's the truth. It's like doing pull-ups. Pull-ups are really hard for some people. But if you teach yourself how to do one pull-up, then do that enough. You can do 3 pull-ups pretty soon. Then you can do 5. Then you can do 7. That's how that works. Just time and repetition and time. So it's easier to move on when you've trained yourself that like this time it's going to be hard. I'm going to force myself to move on. And then the second time, this time it's going to be hard, but a little less. I'm going to force myself. And you just keep doing that. Eventually it's not that hard. And, that's not to say that there's not a method in place for me to be like, when I listen to this thing with fresh ears, if I love it, great. And if not, I'll make a few changes and I force myself to be done that within 15 minutes of that day because there's other shit to be done. And like that is such a helpful method. That's why it was one of my bigger videos I made. It was like a 10-minute video early on where I explained to people how important that is. That like there's nothing more important than teaching yourself how to move on. That's actually the most important skill when working on music because nothing is ever finished. It's only abandoned. There's so many lines that go with this. It's like nothing's ever perfect. Nothing's ever finished. There's never a good reason to keep tweaking. There's only a bad reason. Odds are if it was that important and critical, you would have done it already. It's how you got to think about every hour you spend mixing. And I like chilling with you guys and hanging out and talking, but like today was such a light job on this track. It like just wasn't really that much to do. It felt good, and I just tried to give it a little more life with some automation.
Ignorance will guide us.
I'm gonna go with it. The guitars feel like the guitars are the most important thing in this song, arguably. Like there's so many things important, but the guitars and the drums, and like the bass is feeling great. Like the vocals are great, right? There's so many things that are important that I'm trying to make sure have their light that can shine through, really. And it. Do you hear that guitar go? You hear that? So it's like no matter, you know what I'm saying? Like certain things got to be freaking, they got to be up there so we could hear that. That's so cool. Like how do you not hear that? Like you know what I'm saying? How could you have this song and not hear that?
Bite the bullets. No help through the years. Inoculate the truth begun. Just lies and prove it. Welcome to the Bizarro Ruin. Look into the crystal ball. Just careless endeavors. The selfless will suffer. Watch the pendulum fall.
All right. I'm going to catch up on what you guys are writing in the chat while I print this because I don't want to get into that ridiculous rut of just freaking doing stuff for no reason. So what we're going to do is print one of these jams. Let's print one of these jams. What do you guys think? Let's print the jams. Print the jams. Did I save it as M2 yet? I don't even remember. Yeah, okay, good. I always like to save it as M2 right before I print it so that way I know without a shadow of a doubt this was the last thing I did in the El Sessione. M-Deuce. What do we got? File type wave. A1314. I always run it out because this is after the fade. That's essentially something I realized like after doing almost, I don't know, 30 streams for you guys or something. I was like, you know what? They're not getting the fades. GDP told me it from jump, but I didn't believe it. I was like, you must be getting the fades. You must be. But you weren't because the freaking plugin is before the output. It's before the fader. So it took me a minute to realize what was going on, but I was like, you must be getting the fades. I don't understand. Why not? It was terrible. All right, so output, what are we doing? Getting distracted here. Output, 834 stereo, ALs. Okay. Interleave 2496, add MP3, import after balance directories. Good, we're putting in the right place. Good to go. All right, turning my mic off. Then I shall return. I ain't going nowhere. Hit the like button. Do the juice. Juice it up. Do what you got to do. Juice that. Here we go. Turning this on mute. I'll be back in the chat. I ain't going nowhere. We're going to play this sucker through. And I'll switch to this view in case it gets in the way of the juice. Sometimes it's actually cool to see the faders move. And so maybe I'll leave it on this so you could see that. Like sometimes, the faders, you're going to see the automation play out in real time, all the little moves. It's sometimes cool to see that. All right, we're good to go. Mic's going off. Let's do it. Yeah, hit that like button. I appreciate it. Let's rock and roll over here. Here we go. Running it. This is The Ghost of Perception, and the song's called Bizarro Ruin. Let's do it. All right, we're back in business. We are back in business. And I was feeling that thing. I was feeling it. I'm a big fan of this song. This is such a good song, dude. Let's get off the blues. Such a good song. I do need strobe lights. That's the first thing. For those moments, we need the strobes. I think we all know we need the strobes. Blue is bad for the eyes. For anybody working in blue light, it's terrible. That's why most of the time I actually got this like it's normal lighting. Like it's sort of that golden glow of like halogens, but it's not. It's LEDs, but it's like that. I like that golden glow. And there's some reds. I like some reds. A little bit of reds. It just makes it chill and easy on the eyes. And I think working in like environments that are really dark is bad for your eyes, and working in environments that are really bright is bad for your eyes. Like got to find the middle ground. Lighting is so important for long hours. Like if you're getting brain fatigued fast, change the lighting. Check the lighting. Like figure your lighting situation game out for sure. So yeah, there's some good. This is fun. So this is The Ghost of Perception. The song's called Bizarro Ruin. Everybody's so freaking talented in this band, and it's mainly two main guys running the show. It's Mike Futrell. It's his brainchild, and then Keena is the drummer extraordinaire. The dude running the drums, freaking running them up a mountain. All those amazing drum fills and just the intricacy behind what he's doing. It's just very cool. Really creative, tasty parts on everybody's end. I love what Mike did on the guitar and the bass, and he's singing. But it comes together. It's really something. I really like what these guys do because it's unique. I feel like a great pop song that's like 2.5, 3 minutes. That's just verse, chorus, bridge, chorus. Like that could be cool too. But there's something magical here with they take you on a journey. My favorite reference for what this kind of was about, we heard a lot. We heard Mars Volta, we heard Tool, my favorite one was Jethro Tull. People talking about how it sounds like Jethro Tull actually feels the most correct to me in a way. Because every Jethro Tull song was epic, and Aqualung especially, and this gives me Aqualung vibes. And I didn't even pick that up until I think Sonic Soundwork dropped that. He was like, yo, this gives me some Jethro Tull vibes. And I feel that. I'm pretty sure it was Sonic Soundwork. But yeah, it's fun. This has been fun. And like I said, no mix is truly done until Fresh Years happen. But we could call it done for tonight 100% because I'm feeling good about where it's at. I'm really feeling good about it, and I can't wait to listen to it with fresh ears once in the morning and make sure that it's what I think it is. But I'm feeling it. I tamed that guitar solo out so it didn't bite my ears off as much. And as when I did that, I could give it another dB. That's all I was thinking as I was listening to this. I was like, maybe the guitar solo could come up a dB. But that's a hit or miss thing because it sounds great. I heard like every freaking all those awesome notes of that guitar solo and everything. So that's my goal. I feel it. Like I'm feeling it where I should be feeling it. And then it just becomes how loud do we want the guitar solo? You know what I'm saying? Maybe a dB louder. I don't know. So if I do something, it could be something like that. But nothing else jumped out at me as like, you got to do this. So that's how I know I'm feeling good about it. And that's what you guys should think too. It's like take a win for a win. When you're done with a track, you feel good about it. That's a win. You got to take your wins where you could get them. And every track's different. Like if I track this at my studio, I'd recorded all these guitars so that there was no DI to be built later. It would be amps all around and arguably would have been a lot easier to mix without having to build the guitar sounds, in the cases of the DIs. But, this worked out just fine. There's certain things, like the bass sound is awesome. So it's certain things, it's like, however that was done, very cool. I appreciate and I like what I was given for bass to be able to make it work. Really cool. Because it has some grit and dirt on it. It felt so real. It's so perfect of a sound for this song. Like, you can't have the same, like Alex Christoph was saying, the same sounds for every song is garbage. This song needs that bass sound. And that bass sound on a freaking dry funk song or something, like a real clean, would sound crazy. So everything needs its own thing, and everything falls into its own category. It's definitely a two-edged knife. I'm trying to look back at some of the awesome comments you guys were writing in here, because you guys were writing some good stuff. Definitely some good stuff. I'm doing some scrolling. I'm scrolling to see if I missed anything critically important here, which I might have. All right, let's do some thank yous. We got some thank yous coming your way, guys. All right. I want to send some thank yous out to anybody who oh yeah, I don't even know how to say, the vocals are very Bauhaus. Am I saying that right? Is it Bauhaus? Correct me if I'm wrong on that, Mr. Psychotronic. Is it pronounced like, cuz I've never heard of Bauhaus or Bauhaus. However you say that. I don't know. Is it Bauhaus? Is it Bauhaus? I haven't heard of them. Ring the bell, definitely. Yo, hit the notification bell if you haven't seen our streams. We got others coming. Also, by popular demand, y'all have been asking about some mastering streams, and I can't wait to do one, because it will be a walk in the park compared to mixing a song on live stream. Because mostly it will be significantly shorter. So catch those while they're hot before they're just, no more hamburgers left. And that'll be a short stream kind of thing. But those will be fun to do. I might even run through some analog gear for them. We'll see. Depends on what you guys want. Let me know what you guys want. I might do that, because I have a tendency to prefer doing that. Like for mastering, the analog gear comes in so clutch. It's just, I could do it either way. Especially if the mix is really good. I could totally do it in the box. No problem. But there's just something about, putting hands on the analog gear when I mix solely in the box these days. There's something about putting my hands on the analog gear that makes me feel really good about having it, and having it connected, and having it like in good shape. And it's like, man, something feels good about it. So I might do that, but the problem is showing it to you. I got to learn how to get my phone as a second camera so I can freaking hold it up and show you guys what I'm tweaking and what I'm touching and stuff. That's the thing about it in the box. It's so much easier to do that part. So anyway, thank you to Vinyl Bear Studio for making this awesome. Also, thank you to Till5 542. Thank you to Alex Christoph Drums. Thank you to Marshall Lore 6869. Thank you to Wiz Paparazzi, to Beats 480, and thank you to One Hyperlink. All right. Also, thank you to Mr. Psychotronic. Thank you to Alex Christoph Drums. I think I said already, but I'll say it twice because the dude keeps our backs in shape with the back cracking, stretching. Get in there. Do that. I'm telling you, sitting in the chair all day does a number on you. Mr. Psychotronic saying they were about there's more spell house. Oh, nice. Yeah, that house. That makes sense. 70s dark and wave punk band. I gotta check them out. I might actually have to check them out. Shoot a link on Discord of something of a good one of their tracks that you want me to check out first. I'll definitely check them out. Yeah, nice. You said that before I even said anything. That's awesome. Sick. That's sick. Yeah, this guy's vocals are very cool. I love the whole thing that they're doing. I like weird. I like interesting. I like unique. I like songs take me on a journey on a roller coaster. So that's where we're at. This has been awesome. Thank you guys for watching. Everyone keep in mind, all right? Keep in mind, you can all do this. You can make a mix that sounds really great to you, which is what's important. It can't be great to the whole world. You're not even aiming for that. You're aiming for great to you. And if it's great to you, other people might appreciate it. But don't try to set the bar at everybody likes it. That's not the goal. The goal is, do you like it? The one mixing it, whoever that is. And then once you like it, now you're in a position to share it with people and hope they share your opinion. But ultimately, who made The Shining? Was that who made The Shining? It's escaping me. The dude who directed The Shining. There's a great thing where Steven Spielberg is telling a story about it was David Fincher to Stanley Kubrick. Why is it escaping me? All these names and none of them are ringing true. who made The Shining? GDP, tell me who made The Shining. I know you know. So anyway, there was is awesome little short thing that I saw that was so cool where Steven Spielberg was rehashing a conversation he had with the director of The Shining. I can't remember his name right now. And they were basically saying, that Steven Spielberg didn't like Jack Nicholson's performance at first. He didn't like it. In other words, if he was directing, he'd have changed what Jack was doing. He'd have take it easy. He might have even said you're wrong for the role and had to get somebody else in there. Even people who are both amazing at what they do, see things the same way. Kubrick, there we go, Stanley Kubrick. Stanley Kubrick appreciated what Jack was doing because James Cagney was one of his favorite actors. And the way James Cagney would portray the characters he played resonated with Stanley Kubrick, whereas James Cagney's not in one of Steven Spielberg's favorites. He's not in his top 5. So he doesn't get it because it's not something he likes. So it's just the same thing no matter what we do when it comes to art, because there's no right answer. There's nobody who's always going to love everything. It's not possible. You can't make a piece of art that everyone loves. And a piece of art that everyone loves is actually not good enough. It's supposed to make a stance and have an opinion. If it's just sitting on the fence and freaking nobody has an opinion about it, it sucks. People should love it or hate it. And then you're doing well. That's the truth. So everyone can get there. Pongmaster's in the house, letting me know about Kubrick. Yeah, man, I can't believe I dropped that. But Eyes Wide Shut was Kubrick too, wasn't it? I think it was. Fincher did Fight Club, didn't he? I'm getting it's coming back to me. This happens when I'm starving. I got to eat something. Pongmaster, thanks for stopping by, dude. You're awesome. Hope all's doing well with you over there. We got through another one, guys. Mastering video coming too on the rise fairly soon. They're probably I like doing the mixing streams a lot. It's just I like changing things up also. So we may do a mastering stream, and I'm excited for that to come. It's a question of there's a couple tracks that are on the schedule to master now. I'll figure out which I have permissions for, and we will do something with a mastering track on here so that we can show you what I like to do when it comes to mastering. Ultimately, I approach mastering with a very similar mindset to mixing, meaning the less I can do, the better. And it doesn't come from laziness. It comes from knowing the more I do, that doesn't make things better. I'm just making it worse, thinking everything needs everything. It's just like have a strong idea of what you want to do, and then just attack that. Just don't create a billion things that need to be done all the time for no reason. It's like every specific song has something you might want to push or pull on or whatever, and then you just focus on that. Focus on that. I run it. If I'm going to use analog gear, I get a little extra flavor from that, a little more color, saturation, whatever you want to call it. It comes with filters, saturation, a noise generator. That's all part of the analog gear. It'll never be the same twice, so don't expect it to be. That's the beauty of mastering. There is no second day. You get it right, you print the thing, and if you want to print an alternate version, print 2, but you bet your bottom dollar it ain't going to sound like that tomorrow or the day after. You might never get it to sound like that again, and that's the thing. It's freaking alive, man. Love it. So that's where we're at. You guys are awesome. Full Metal Jacket, Clockwork Orange. Dude, these are some fantastic movies. I gotta go. I'm gonna go eat a steak and talk about movies. Eat something, guys. All right. Everybody could do this. No. That's the thing. We're all the same. It's just build discipline to actually finish stuff and complete it, and move on, rather than think it needs to be perfect. Nothing any human ever does is ever perfect, and that's why it's great. That's why it's art, because it's imperfect. So look for that. If I could tell anybody one specific thing, take with you that. Don't try to sterilize performances by making them perfect. It's the worst thing you could do. When you get talented musicians and players, let them play, man. Let it ebb and flow. Listen to Little Wing and how much the freaking tempo shifts and changes, and you're going to line that up and put it on a grid? You're crazy. You're out of your mind, dude. You know what I'm saying? Make it let it be what it is. Just do less. Make it be what it is. Let it be what it is. All right? You guys got this. Hit the like button, subscribe if you haven't. I really appreciate it. Thanks for stopping by. Bicycle horns all around. And I'll catch you guys on the flip. Anybody got questions? Join our Discord. Questions get answered over there. All right? And keep in mind, everybody over there, they're all people just like us. So, I love our crew. We're solid. You guys treat everybody with respect. That's awesome. Any idea could be a good idea or a bad idea. It depends on how it's being used, literally what it's being used on. So, even though something may sound like the worst idea ever, it could work one time, and then that's all you needed. One time, and then you could throw it away forever. So, you guys are awesome. All right? Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. We got this. You got this. I'll catch you guys on the flip. GDP, thank you. Before I go, I got to thank you, my friend. All right? Thank you and happy anniversary. All the good stuff. Everybody wish GDP a happy anniversary. Hit the like button, subscribe. You guys are awesome. Thanks for rocking and rolling over here, GDP, making sure everything goes smooth, flying through the sky in an immaculate fashion, around the mountains, the perfect altitude at all times. I appreciate it. Your help is greatly appreciated, and all you guys being a part of this is greatly appreciated. Thanks for stopping by, digging it, watching the stream. It means a lot to me. Thank you, all right? Again, this is the Ghost of Perception, Bizarro Ruin. I'll catch you guys soon. Evan Jaffe, Custom Cut Studios. Stay up, all right? You guys got this. Take it easy.